Green flag is out. We are racing down the front straightaway. They're almost 4 wide. Make it 3 going into turn 1. Down on the bottom, Mike Shane, the Hamlin Hurricane, up to the race lead. But here comes Ryan Stone. Down the back stretch. It's a drag race to turn 3. Stone up on the outside of the speedway. Down on the bottom, it is the M16 of Mike Shane. Leading lap number 1 will be Ryan Stone. Everyone completes lap number 1. They work it down to the south end of the speedway. Ryan Stone up on the outside, motoring with the RPMs up. Mike Shane holding down on the bottom. Ryan Stone, the Stone Brothers Automotive 67R sets the pace. Mike Shane down on the bottom, working to make it work. Mike Nagel Jr. right there in third. Fourth is a 39B Brewer. New race leader up the back straightaway, Mike Shane. That puts a 6. We got a car over in turn number 2. Caution out. He's on the inside of the speedway. That's the 29 of Mark Claus. But turn number 3, Nagel alongside. This time looking for a lap number 3 restart. They're on it. We're racing. Mike Nagel Jr. on the outside of Mike Shane. Mike Shane was an 11-time feature winner 1 year ago. Mike Nagel Jr., the track champion. They're nose to tail into 3 and 4. Then it's a pair of Stone Brother Automotive 67R and 39B running third, fourth. Ray Leonard right there in the mix. Mike Shane out front. The Hamlin Hurricane leads them up the back straightaway, followed by Mike Nagel Jr. Riding there in third is Ryan Stone. Down on the inside looking for some racing room. He'll take away fourth as Ray Leonard. And he's bringing Rich Talito with him. One out front and down the back straightaway. Mike Shane sets the pace down off of turn 4. This time he's going to put 6 laps up in lights on the Pepsi scoreboard. For your race leader, Mike Shane, that Safe Light Auto Glass M16 machine. Looking to pick up right where he left off in 2018. It's Mike Shane, Mike Nagel Jr. Talita got by Ray Leonard, and now he's working into a top 3 podium spot. Not a bad run for the Invader tonight. Rich Talita up to third. Not a bad run at all. He started 8th. He's riding third right now. 4th is Stone. 5th is Leonard. 6th is Brewer. And 7th is the B17 of Brokow. This time they're going to put lap number 9 up in lights on the Pepsi scoreboard. The Hamlin Hurricane, Mike Shane, a Sharky's Fuel M16 sponsored ride. Rides it off of corner number 4. Clicking down another one. He has opened up the advantage now to 9 car lengths over the M7 of Mike Nagel Jr. 11 has a broken right front shock. 52 of Brandon Fritsch going pit side. And we got a caution on the speedway. The 11 machine with a right front broken suspension. Green flag is out. We're racing. Fritsch makes it back out onto the racetrack. The M16 of Mike Shane sets the pace. Rich Talita, he's the man on the move in the 08 machine. Brewer down to the inside. He'll take over the 4th position. Mike Shane out front setting the pace. We're going to be halfway. Baker's dozen down. Dozen remain for the M16 of Mike Shane. Mike Nagel Jr., Rich Talita, Matt Brewer, and they're running 5th to 67 of Ryan Stone. Down to the 3 and 4, they ride it. It's all Mike Shane setting the pace by 2. We got a melee over turn number 4. Jim O'Hara going around in turn 4. That's going to bring out the caution. 14 down, 11 remain. Ready to go. Back off turn number 3 and 4. M16 of Mike Shane on the accelerator. We are back to racing. Down to turn number 1, they ride it. Shane at the point. Nagel right there second. Got a good run off turn 2. He make it work out the back. He loses a couple car lengths. Mike Shane pulling away in the Safe Light Auto Glass M16. Mike Nagel Jr. rides second. Third, the 08 of Rich Talada. Fourth, the 39B of Matt Brewer as they ride it off of quarter number 2 right now. 10 laps to go that time when they cross the stripe for the M16 of Mike Shane. Second continues to be the M7 of Mike Nagel Jr. Third is Rich Talada in that 08 machine. And then it's Brewer. Fifth is Ray Leonard. 16 down, 9 remain for your race leader, Mike Shane. The Hamlin Hurricane clicks down another one as he crosses the stripe, and the Pepsi lap counter goes to 17. Mike Nagel Jr. second, Rich Talada third. That's the way they run up the back straight away. It's all Mike Shane continuing to dominate this one. Shane started in position. Number 3 got the lead early and is putting in a dominating run right now as we are just 6 laps away from victory in the can opener for the Stone Brothers Automotive Crate Sportsman. Can opener down the back stretch. This time when they cross the stripe, there will be 5 laps remaining for your race leader, Mike Shane, the Hamlin Hurricane. 5 more laps around the 3/8 mile Penn Can Speedway Oval. He rides it off of the turn number 2. He's got about a 13 car length advantage over the M7 of Mike Nagel Jr. Rich Talada third. Fourth is Brewer. Fifth is Leonard. Sixth is the B17 of Brokaw. And seventh right now is the 67R of Ryan Stone. 22 down and 3 remain when they cross the stripe this time. The M16 of Shane sets the pace. The battle on the track to come down to second as Mike Nagel Jr. holding on to Rich Talada, the Invader, trying to make something happen there. Parallel popsicle sticks are in the sky 2 more times around the speedway for the M16 of Mike Shane. Nagel holding on that number 2 spot. He's going to watch that one all the way to the end as Talada right there in the number 3 spot on his back bumper, but 1.5 more trips around the 3/8 mile for the M16 of Mike Shane. White flag flying, 1 3/8 of a mile to go for the Sharky's Fuel. Safe Light Auto Glass, number M16 of Mike Shane. He'll ride it up the back straightaway. Final time into turn 3 and 4. He picked up 11 wins 1 year ago. He'll start off 2019 with the win in the can opener. Second will be Mike Nagel Jr. Third, Rich Talada. Fourth, Matt Brewer. Fifth will go to the 3R of Ray Leonard. Sixth will go to the B17. And seventh will go to the 67R of Ryan Stone. Bailey Boyd, Josh Mudge ready to go up turn 4. Green flag is in hand, and it is waving. We are racing down the front stretch. Josh Mudge up on the outside, takes it to turn 1. But Bailey Boyd going to motor around underneath the bottom. He's going to take the race lead down the back stretch. Mudge back to the number 2 spot. Riding in position number 3 is France. Fourth is Air. Fifth is Scott as they ride it down off turn number 4. The 163 of Bailey Boyd sets the pace in the quarter number 1, followed by the 5 a.m. of Adam Mudge. France has to contend with the John Air number 19 machine. Up the back straightaway, Air's riding 4th. 5th is Scott. But turn number 4, it is the 163 of Bailey Boyd setting the pace, showing the way. He'll lead this lap into turn number 1 and 2. Riding second, the 5 a.m. of Josh Mudge. Third is Jamie France. Fourth is Aaron. Fifth is the 101 of Latner underneath the Scott 108S machine. The Air machine down on the inside of the speedway. It's all Bailey Boyd out front setting the pace and showing the way in the 163. Mudge holds down the number 2 spot. Third is France. Down to turn 1, they ride it. And the 11 of France going to come to a sliding stop in turn 1. Off turn 4, green. Flag in the air. Back to racing. Take 2 on lap 5. Restart. They're racing down the front stretch. The 163 of Mudge. Or Mudge at the 5 a.m. Slides it underneath the 163 of Boyd. Boyd going to motor down the backstretch. He's got the race lead. Second rides the 5 a.m. of Mudge. Third is there. Fourth is Scott. Fifth is France. 163 of Boyd sets the pace in the turn 1. Mudge riding second. Third is there. Fourth is France. Fifth is Latner. Off of turn 3 and 4 this time. Going to put lap number 7. Make it 8 up in lights on the Pepsi scoreboard. 7 down. Baker's dozen remain as they ride it down to 1 and 2. Bailey Boyd, driver out of Kirkwood, New York, riding up front. 7-car length advantage over the 5 a.m. of Adam Mudge. Second rides the 19 of Air. Third, the 11 of France. Or fourth is France. Fifth is Latner. Sixth is Scott. And seventh is Scott. All of 1 and 2, they ride it out front. The 163 of Bailey Boyd continuing to set the way down the backstretch. Mudge riding second. Third is Air. Fourth is France. And fifth, Latner. Bailey Boyd sets the pace over the 5 a.m. of Adam Mudge. Air. They ride it down to turn number 1 and 2. Cross flags, 10 down, 10 remain. It's Boyd, Mudge, Air, France, Scott, and Scott down to turn 1. Mudge going to get a good run down on the inside of the speedway. Bailey Boyd sets the pace. Josh Mudge riding second in the 5 a.m. Mudge going to take a look down to the inside of 3 and 4. Pulls even. New race leader, Josh Mudge out front. Bailey Boyd back to second. He's going to turn the wick up on the outside. They're side by side up the back straightaway. Mudge with a nose down the back stretch into 3. Looking to set up the slider. He's going to secure the race lead here on lap number 16. That car, a feature winner already this season with the car owner, his brother, twin brother Adam, up to the 5 Mile Point Speedway. Now Josh behind the wheel. He is battling it out side by side with one of the most dominating 600 drivers in the area, and Bailey Boyd in the 163. 17 in, 3 to go for the Josh Mudge 5 a.m. Bailey Boyd second. Third is Air. Top 2 breaking away from the field. Parallel sticks in the sky. 2 more times around the speedway. Josh Mudge, 5 a.m. leads them off of corner number 2. Second rides the Boyd 163. Third is Air in the 19. White flag, 1/3 of a mile to go for Josh Mudge. Rides it down to turn number 1 and 2. He is pulled away from the field. Final time up the backstretch. Josh Mudge sets it down in the 3 and 4. Checkered flag in the air. Picking up the win, it's going to be the 5 a.m. of Josh Mudge. Bailey Boyd second, Air third. Fourth is France, and fifth will go to the 108 of Ellie Scott. Green flag is out, not answering the calls. The 84th, Eric Bottom. Down in the third 1, they ride it. The SIX of Jim Sykes out front setting the pace. Look at that motor and power down the back stretch by Shane Wolf Jr. Dan Force underneath him. Wolfie had to back out of it. He thought about going 8 in the middle. Sykes will lead lap number 1. They're 3 wide for the race lead. Shane Wolf Jr. going to put it up on the top side and push the marbles and run up the backstretch. Off of turn 4, Shane Wolf Jr. out front, going to try to run away and hide. They're side by side for second between Jim Sykes and Dan Force. And it's the 77 of Miller. The 16 of Ned Fitch. Out front is Shane Bolt Jr. out of Susquehanna, Pennsylvania, leading the way. He sets the pace off of quarter number 2. Followed by Dan Force in the 36. Jim Sykes in the 6. George Miller in the 77. Ned Fitch in the 16. Auburn corner number 2. Shane Wolf Jr. give him a straightaway advantage. The bottom 41 going pit side. 81 is Shane Wolf Jr. out front, setting the pace. Force ride second, Sykes is third, fourth is Miller. Fifth is Fitch as they ride it down the backstretch. Shane Wolf Jr. has that machine hooked up and hauling. Dan Force second, Sykes running third. $11 down, 9 remain. Shane Wolf Jr., driver out of Susquehanna, Pennsylvania. Leading him up the back straightaway, running second is the 77 of George Miller. Third, the 16 of Fitz. He gets passed by the 36 of Dan Force. That's for position number 3. 12 in, 8 remain for your race leader, the 81 of Shane Wolf Jr. Dan SIX to Jim Sykes up in smokes. White flag flying this time for the 81 of Shane Wolf Jr. Friday night ride, the can opener. You know he loved to park it in victory lane. He's got 1 lap to do it. Battle for second. Couldn't come down to the wire as George Miller throws it down to the turn number 3. Dan Force right there. But meanwhile, coming off turn 4, picking up the win, will be Shane Wolf Jr. You better bet they're set to be lead free. So wait for the color that brings fear to the mothers. Green means go in a hungry pack of modifieds. Roar to turn 1. Tom Roselli up on the outside of the speedway. Leads him up the back straightaway. Crambo up on the outside. Malcolm down on the inside. They're almost 3 wide at the front of the pack. Brian Malcolm. The race leader was Tom Roselli. Malcolm up to the number 2 spot. Riding third to 77 of Crambo. Then it's the 54 of Rooney. The 63 of Worthing. Couple of cars touching the outside wall on the backstretch. Roselli leads another one. The Iceman in car number 80. Trying to run away and hide from that 119 of Brian Malcolm. Into 3 and 4 they ride it. Malcolm glued to the hub. Roselli up on the outside of the speedway. Couple of former Makatech competitors out on the track, runner 1-2. Right now it is solidly the 119 of Brian Malcolm up the back straightaway. Roselli second, third is the 77 of Crambo. Fourth, the 54 of Rooney. Fifth is Worthing, sixth Petrilac, seventh is the 77 of Maney. Then it's Morse as they click down lap number 5 on the Pepsi scoreboard for your race leader, Brian Malcolm. He is trying to run away and hide. Malcolm having a real breakout season already in the 2019 season. And that County Waste 119 machine. Second rides Crambo. Third is Rooney. He's up to third, gets by the 80 of Roselli. Running fifth is Byron Worthing. Lap traffic could become an issue for your race leader, Brian Malcolm in the 119. The high-flying 119 of Brian Malcolm. Brian Malcolm will see the parallel popsicle sticks 2 more times around the speedway for Brian Malcolm in car number 119. Lap traffic in front of Malcolm. But he has such a comfortable lead that it's going to come off turn 4. He'll see the white flag. 1 more trip around the speedway. Battle on the track is for third with the 87 of the 54 of Rooney. Final time off turn 2. It's the 119 of Malcolm. He sets it down the backstretch. Final time of the turn 3 and 4. Your Sunoco modified Insinger Performance can opener is Brian Malcolm. Crambo is second. Third is going to be the 77 of Maney. Fourth, the 54 of Rooney. And fifth will go to the 72 of Petrilac, all unofficially. And wow, green to checkered. Ready to go. George Miller has the factory stock field in hand. Off turn 4, green flag. I'll hang on front of the pack. This is going to bring out the caution. Couple cars together. Cody Fassett and George Miller on it down off turn 4. It's Miller. Here comes Charlie Towner. Hang on. We got full contact. And somehow they all negotiate it. We got the 78 off the pace on the back of the pack. He's going to bring out the yellow. Green flag is out. We're back to racing. Down into 1 and 2. They ride it side by side for the race lead as they go up the back straightaway. Tough break for Charlie Towner. Was running at the front of the pack. Ready to go up turn 4. George Miller on it. We're back racing. Nate Hill, King of the Hill winner last year. Out front leading the way. Here comes Dusty Decker, who I believe started last. He's already up to 3rd. Tommy Gruber, he went to the back. He's up to 4th. Caution in turn 4. Green flag is out. Back to racing we go. Battle for the lead off turn 4. Nate Hill, Tommy Gruber, they ride it down to turn number 1. Hill up on the outside, Gruber down on the inside. Miller riding 3rd, Dusty Decker 4th. Sheldon Whitman up to 5th. It's Nate Hill. Hang on, Fassett. Job by the Fassett machine. Now he's going to be right in front of your leaders. Be fighting to stay on the lead lap. Nate Hill working the lap traffic now. Gruber looking to pick Hill in lap traffic. Caution around in turn 2. No caution has already been. Green flag back out on the racetrack. Nate Hill battling it out with the 7R and Tommy Gruber. It's still Nate Hill and that Ziggy Racing machine holding down the race lead. We got a caution on the track. Throw a blanket over to the top 3. Here comes Dusty Decker into the mix. The 7R Gruber gets underneath the 11 of Hill. He's the new race leader. Dusty Decker right there. Nate Hill staying up on that outside, up and over the marbles. The Flying Welder flying high into turn 3. Dusty Decker riding 2nd. Nate Hill is 3rd. White flag flying for your race leader, Tommy Gruber. Final time into 1 and 2. Tommy Gruber rides it off of quarter number 2 up the back straightaway. Defending track champion. Would love to start off the season with a win, and he's working off turn number 4. Tommy Gruber will do it. He will go back to victory lane. Decker's for 2. Third is Nate Hill. Fourth was going to go to the 77 of George Miller, and fifth will go to the 4MK of Sheldon Whitman. Green flag is out. We are racing 4-cylinder style. Down to turn 1, they ride it. Wilder with the advantage. Ferris up on the outside. Robinson looking down on the inside. Three wide for a moment. Mike Robinson, race leader. Ferris up on the outside. Wilder down on the inside. Frank Kennedy right there in fourth. TJ Capiche running fifth. Dave Bainbridge going to go pit side with his 84. It's all Mike Robinson setting the pace and showing the way. Robinson undefeated in 2019 since he debuted that automobile. Ferris riding second. Frank Kennedy is third. Fourth is Wilder. Fifth is Capiche. Sixth, Nick Kennedy. Seventh, Caldwell. Then it's a 69K. Ferris, Kennedy, Wilder, Kennedy. Carter around down to turn number 4. He's up against the wall. Final time off of quarter number 2. Robinson sets the pace. Leads him up the backstretch into turn 3. Checkered flag in the air, picking up the win for the can opener for the 4 cylinders. It's going to be Michael Robinson. Factory stock main event, 20 laps of distance off turn 4. We're racing down the front straightaway. They're stacking them up a little bit down into turn number 1. Tommy Gruber going to ride it down front, car number 7R. Here comes Dusty Decker in car number 20 Junior up the number 2 spot. Levi Frank right in third. Fourth to 555 of Paul Conklin. They ride it down in the 3. Hang on, 2 cars in front of the pack. Sideways. One lap complete. 77 of Cyrus Homer back on the track. We're back racing. Decker switches up. Gruber back to the second. They ride down to turn 1. Dusty Decker out front. Car number 20 Junior, driver out of Bainbridge, New York. They ride down the backstretch. It's Decker, Gruber, Nate Hill, Charlie Towner. They're 3 wide in the middle of the pack, but out front they're chasing the 20 Junior of Dusty Decker, driver out of Bainbridge, New York, second generation driver. Finished second in the point standings 1 year ago. Riding behind him is the man who won the championship and last week's feature race, Tommy Gruber. Dusty Decker rides it off quarter number 2, followed by Gruber. Riding there in third is Nate Hill. Fourth is the 27 of Charlie Towner. Mike Chilson fifth. Phil Burns riding 6th. 7th Whitman. 8th Fassett. 9th Homer. 10th is Wagner. Well, they're all chasing that 20 Junior of Dusty Decker down the backstretch. Back to racing we ride. Decker up on that outside. He rides it down to turn number 1. Charlie Towner up on the outside as well. Trying to make it work down the backstretch. It's Dusty Decker and car number 20 Junior setting the pace and showing the way. Riding second is Gruber. Third is Towner. Fourth is Hill. Fifth is Chilson. Decker takes it down to turn 3. 6 laps in the books. 7 as they cross the stripe for the 20 junior of Dusty Decker. Gruber riding second. Third is the 27 of Towner. Fourth is Nate Hill. Fifth is Mike Chilson. Down the backstretch, they ride it down into turn number 3 and 4. Problems may be developing for Charlie Towner's 27. Dusty Decker out front, setting the pace. 8 laps are complete. Gruber riding there in the number 2 spot. Third is Hill. Got a car around in turn 4. That's a 4:13 of Cody Fassett. Up turn 4, green flag is out, and we are back to racing. Much better start by Gruber, but watch Dusty Decker in turn 1. Rim ride the cushion. He's going to motor around on the backstretch. Dusty Decker sets the pace in the 20 junior. Tommy Gruber rides second. Then it's Charlie Towner, Nate Hill, Sheldon Whitman, Mike Chilson. Quarter number 2, Dusty Decker out front, setting the pace and running away down the backstretch. It's Dusty Decker showing the way in the 20 junior. Riding there in the number 2 spot is the 7R of Gruber. Third to 27 of Charlie Towner, Nate Hill, and riding fifth the 4MK of Sheldon Whitman. Dusty Decker riding down into turn number 1, 12 laps complete. Factory stocks riding the cushion down off of the corners. It'll be a wide racetrack come modified time. But out front, we got a battle of brewing. It's the young gun and the veteran. Decker and Gruber, they have pulled away from Towner and Hill. Bakers doesn't in. Just 7 remain. Gruber on his back bumper, but Decker pulls away down the backstretch. Caution lights on the speedway. The 4 of Ken Washburn around. Lap 13 restart, green flag is out. We are racing down the front stretch, and again, Tommy Gruber all over the back bumper of the 20 junior Dusty Decker. They ride it down to 1 and 2. Charlie Towner third, fourth is Nate Hill, fifth is Sheldon Whitman. Then it's Chilson, couple of lap cars, Fassett, Burns, and Fassett. Dusty Decker sets the pace over Tommy Gruber, Charlie Towner. Nose to tail into turn 1, 14 and 6 to go. Gruber going to make a bid down the backstretch. He almost got there. He had to back out down to the turn 3. 5 fingers from seat starter. Gary Folk, 5 more trips around the speedway. Gruber works underneath the 20 junior and Decker. Nothing to it. He'll tuck back in line. Ride it down to turn 1. It's all Decker out front. Gruber riding there in the number 2 spot. It is a battle raging out front. These two contended all last season for the championship. They picked up right where they left off tonight as they run 1-2. Then it's Charlie Towner third. Fourth is Nate Hill. Fifth is Sheldon Whitman. We got the 413 of Fassett going around, and he's going to bring out the yellow. Green flag is out. We are back to racing. Dusty Decker, Tommy Gruber. It's going to come down to a 4-lap shootout. Into turn 1, they ride. Charlie Towner may be the dark horse in this one. They ride it off a quarter number 2 and down the back stretch. It's Dusty Decker out front setting the pace. Charlie Towner riding third. Second is the 7R of Gruber. Nate Hill fourth. Fifth is Chilson. 3 more trips around the speedway for the 20 junior of Dusty Decker. The 7R of Tommy Gruber riding second. Dusty Decker goes in hot, heavy. Here comes Gruber up on the outside. Decker bobbled. They're side by side. Now Decker's going to be on the inside. Charlie Towner licking his lips in third. Parallel sticks are in the sky. 2 more times around the speedway. Gruber switches lanes 1 more time. Dusty Decker up on the outside of the speedway again on turn number 2. Decker had a bobble. He corrected it. Was able to race a drag race down the backstretch into turn 3. White flag's going to come out. 1 more trip around the speedway. Dusty Decker trying to hold it off. One more lap down in the turn one. He's got Gruber and Towner behind him. Off turn two, final time. Dusty Decker out front by a car length. Tommy Gruber going to throw it down to the turn three. He stays on the outside. Off turn number four. Checkered flag is going to be in the air. Picking up the win in the factory stocks is going to be Dusty Decker. Gruber for two. Towner three. Fourth is the 11 of Hill. And fifth is the Mike Jilson, 28M. John Air, Mills ready to go on turn four. Green flag is out. We're racing down the front stretch. Much better start that time. They'll take him down to turn one. Going to go three wide, perhaps off two, but it's Mills on the outside. Here comes Tyler Smith, Bailey Boyd. Top five cars breaking away from sixth, seventh, and eighth. Into turn number 3 and 4, they ride it. Air slides up, opens the door, tries to shut the door. Hang on, Zach Mills hard into the outside wall. Run out of real estate. Green flag out. We are racing. Into turn one, they ride it. Out on the inside is Ayers. Up on the outside is Josh Mudge. Mudge going to motor down the backstretch. Race lead down in the turn three. Ayers back to second. Third is Boyd. Fourth, Smith. Fifth is Randall. Josh Mudge back out front. Winner 1 week ago. Riding second is Bailey Boyd. Third is the 19 of John Ayers. Ayers gets contact from the 80. Hang on. We are under caution on lap number 3. Looking for a lap number 3 restart down in turn 4. Josh Mudge, he'll pick up the pace right about there. Green flag is out. We are back to racing. Problems on the front stretch. Hang on, Josh Mudge. Green flag is out. Back to racing. Off turn 2, the 163 of Boyd sets the pace. Randall second, Nolan Smith up to third. Fourth is Chelsea Beebe. Fifth, Baldwin. Out front it rides a 163 of Bailey Boyd setting the pace, show the way. Over the 17 of Randall. 77 of Nolan Smith. The 17C of Chelsea Beebe. The 11 of France up to fifth now. Putting Baldwin back to sixth. Down in the 1 and 2, they ride it. Bailey Boyd sets the pace, high flying in the 1 and 2. Randall riding second. Third is Nolan Smith. Fourth is the 11 of Jamie France. Up to fifth, the 80 of Tyler Smith. 7 make it 7 laps up in lights for the 163 of Bailey Boyd. 3 more trips around the speedway for Bailey Boyd. Young hot shoe out of Kirkwood, New York. Off turn number 4, parallel sticks in the sky. 2 more trips around the speedway for Bailey Boyd. Smith gets by the number 2 spot of the 17J for second. Bailey Boyd down the back stretch. Into turn 3 and 4. White flag gonna fly. 1 more trip around the speedway for Bailey Boyd. Tyler Smith, James Randall, your top 3. Up the backstretch, final time. Bailey Boyd, car number 163. Rides it down to quarter number 3 and 4. Checkered flags in the air. Bailey Boyd picks up the win. Second will go to the 80 of Tyler Smith. Third, James Randall. Fourth, Jamie France. And fifth, Chelsea Beebe. You better bet they're set to be let free. So wait for the color that brings fear to their mothers. Green means go in the modifies. Roar to life down the front straightaway. Dionheart jumps out to the race lead, but Trelak dip dives down to the inside. Dionheart out front off turn number 2. All the modifies negotiate corner number 1 and 2, and they're up the back straightaway. Alan Barker up on the outside of the speedway. Keep your lookers peeled on the 77 machine. Nick Petrelak races lap number 1 from the inside. Yellow turn 4. Petrelak sets the pace. He's on it. We're back to racing. Petrelak down on the inside. Dionheart way up on the outside, down to the turn 1. Petrelak up on that wild side. Back to second, rides the 73 of Dionheart. Side by side for third. Lap number 2 belongs to Nick Petrelak. Astar Fursky's Auto Supply, Napa sponsored 72. Riding second to 73 of Deposit New York, Steve Dionheart. Up to third solidly now is Alan Barker. Mike Doherty, oh, hang on, Meany at the back of the pack, and Nagel gets a piece of him. Coming to a stop down in turn number 3. Petrelak, your leader, he's going to choose the inside line down in the turn 3. He'll set the pace. He's on it. We're back racing. Petrelak leads the hungry field behind him down to turn 1. Dionheart riding second, third now Mike Doherty. Pompey using the outside. Butch Getz going up to the outside. They're all trying to get up to that cushion, but they're all chasing the 72 of Nick Petrelak. Petrelak rides it off of quarter number 2. Look at the move Alan Barker made in turn number 2 from the high-low switch underneath Brian Malcolm. Barker's going to be credited right now with running third. They're all chasing Nick Petrelak out front, car number 72. Dionheart rides second, Doherty on the outside, Barker down on the inside. Getz looking for some racing room, middle of the pack. Well, they're all chasing that 72 and Nick Petrelak. Riding second is a 73 of Dionheart. Then it's a 77 of Barker. Doherty, Pompey up to 5th. Petrelak rides it off of corner number 2, looking for what would be, I believe, career win number 5 in the modifieds here at the Penn Can Speedway. Starting to run away and hide from Deposit Steve Dionheart, who's second. Alan Barker sitting in third. Fourth is Doherty. Fifth is Pompey. Barker's starting to make a little bit of noise back there on the back bumper of the 73 and Dionheart. Taking lap number 9 up in lights on the Pepsi scoreboard for the race leader, Nick Petrelak. Dionheart holding down the number 2 spot, but Barker is hungry. He's looking on the inside at car number 77. Riding it down to 1 and 2 is Petrelak. He's holding down about a straightaway lead over the 73 of Dionheart as the 14 of DeMoyer going pit side. The 72 of Petrelak setting the pace and showing the way. Dionheart holding on the number 2 spot. Third is Barker. Fourth, Doherty, and fifth is Malcolm. Passing flag coming out to the back runners with 11 laps complete. This time we're going to put 16 laps up on the board for your race leader, Nick Petrelak. Dionheart still holding on to the number 2 spot. Petrelak has some more contenders in front of him to deal with. Up to 4th is Brian Malcolm. Back to 5th is Mike Doherty. Nick Petrelak has them covered right now with just about 12 to go. It'll be 12 when he crosses the stripe this time for the 72 of Nick Petrelak. Dionheart rides second, then it's Barker, Malcolm, Doherty top 5, Pompey, Nye, Getz, Meckick, Rooney, Loney, Kellogg, Nagel, Solomon, and Solomon in danger of going a lap down here. 1 lap shy of 20 10 to go next time by the stripe. 13 in, 7 to go for Nick Petrelak. He sets it down in the south end of the speedway. Barker crosses the start-finish line. Barker is faster than Petrelak, but he may very well have run out of time with too much real estate to cover. 14 and 6 for Nick Petrelak. 24 and 6. Petrelak, oh, so close a year ago to this first modified track championship. Loney breaks down into turn 3. We'll see if he can make it to the pit area. It appears like he will. He's down the front stretch, and he is going to clear it to the pit area. Good job by the veteran driver to keep it clean and green. 5 laps to go for Nick Petrelak. Let's make it 4. Barker still contending with about a straightaway to make up. Petrelak 26 and 4. 26 and 4. When he goes into turn 3 and 4 this time, there will be 3 laps to go for your race leader. Somebody had better tell Gary there's 2 to go when he crosses the stripe. Yes, now when he crosses, 2 to go. He's got it. 2 laps to go for your race leader when he crosses the stripe this time. Petrelak, parallel sticks in the sky. Off of turn 2. He's got lap traffic in front of him. Nick Petrelak sets it down in the 3 and 4. White flag is going to fly. One more trip around the 3/8 mile. Barker's got it down to a half a straightaway. 1 lap to do it for Nick Petrelak. Into turn number 1 and 2. He sets it up the backstretch for the final time. Greenfield Township, Pennsylvania's Nick Petrelak sets it into 3 and 4. Your Sunoco modified feature winner, Nick Petrelak. Alan Barker for 2. Brian Malcolm 3. Steve Dienhart 4, and unofficially 5th is Mike Doherty. Mudslinging, hold on to those seats. Gary's got the green flag in hand. It is, wait for it, waving off turn 4, and the 4 cylinders come to life down the front straightaway. Captain Quick Nick Kennedy takes it out to the early race lead into turn number 1. The pack of 4 cylinders following behind them between quarter number 1 and 2. They're going to negotiate it. They're going to clear 1, and they'll race down the backstretch. Nick Kennedy out front. Frank Kennedy riding there in position number 2. That is Jason Cowell 3rd. Nick Kennedy out front. Big brother Frankie right there behind him. Jason Cowell 3rd. 15 laps the scheduled distance for the 4 cylinders. Frantic Frankie takes a dive to the inside down the front stretch. It's Captain Quick Nick Kennedy out front, setting the pace, show the way in the N2. Right there, second is Frank Kennedy. Then it's Jason Cowell, Capiche, and Andy Bowles. Down to the 3, they ride it. Nick Kennedy up on the outside. Frank Kennedy taking a look down on the inside. He'll tuck it back in line. It's the Neon versus the Sunfire, with the Neon riding 3rd. And a Honda 4th and a Neon 5th and 6th. But out front, setting the pace, it's the Kennedy boys, taking them down to turn number 3. Nick and Frankie, 1, 2. Jason Cowell, senior, 3rd. Capiche, 4th. 5th is Andy Bowles. Here comes Jason Cowell, Jr. He's going to take a look to the inside. He'll race his way up to 5th with that new ride. But down the backstretch, the Kennedys have broken away from the rest of the field. Nick Kennedy, Frank Kennedy down to turn 1. Jason Cowell, Sr. DJ Capiche and Jason Cowell, Jr. Frank Kennedy touches the outside wall, switches down to the inside, side by side off of 4. It's the drag race, and right now Nick out front by a half a bumper. Off of quarter number 2, they ride it. Nick Kennedy out front, setting the pace and showing the way. Frankie right there running in position number 2. 5 laps to go from chief starter. Gary Folk indicating 5 more trips around the speedway for the N2 of Nick Kennedy. Frank Kennedy riding in second. Jason Caldwell Jr. underneath Jason Caldwell Sr. for third. Down the backstretch, they ride it. Nick Kennedy out front, setting the pace, showing the way. Frankie Kennedy again, he pulls even with him off the corners. He'll tuck it back in line. It's Captain Quick, Nick Kennedy out front. The 16 of Jason Caldwell Jr. pulling it off the track. Broken right rear strut on the 16. Nick Kennedy sets the pace. Frank Kennedy rides second. Parallel sticks in the sky. Nick Kennedy sets the pace. Up the backstretch. This time the white flag will come out. One more trip around the speedway. For Nick Kennedy, Frank Kennedy have anything left in the tank. He'll drive it down to 1 and 2. Nick Kennedy riding off turn number 4. Checkered flag in the air. Frankie pulls alongside off turn 4. It's a drag race. It's going to be Nick Kennedy. Frank Kennedy second. Third is going to be Jason Caldwell Sr. Fourth, TJ Capiche. And fifth, Noah Seidel. Here we go off turn 4. Sportsman, Stone Brother Automotive Sportsman, rolling away. Off the backstretch, it's Ryan Stone setting the pace. Down to the turn 3, Mike Shane rides second, Ray Leonard third. They ride that way off of corner number 2. Ryan Stone up front, showing the way. Mike Shane holds down the number 2 spot. Sitting in third is Ray Leonard. It's Ryan Stone out front. Mike Shane takes a look to the inside, down the backstretch. Side by side in the turn 3. Shane on the bottom. Stone on the outside. New race leader is Mike Shane on lap number 3. Off of quarter number 2, they ride it. Mike Shane, the driver out of Hamlin, Pennsylvania, continuing to show the way. Into turn number 1, they ride it. Shane out front on the point. Here comes Rappin' Ray Leonard. We got a car around. That's the Brandon Fritz 52. Green flag back out, back on her way. Mike Shane on the acceleration pedal. Into turn 1, he rides it. Mike Nagel Jr. looking to find some moisture up on the outside. Brewer to the back bumper of the 3R. Ray Leonard down the backstretch. Nagel around the 67R Ryan Stone, trying it off 4. Stone will hold position number 2. Race leader continues to be the M16 of Mike Shane. They're going to go back-to-back victory lanes. Riding off of 4, Mike Shane, car number M16. Nagel trying the inside of Ryan Stone now, down to the turn number 1. Works it up the back straight away. It's still the M16 of Mike Shane out front, running away and pulling away from this one. Ryan Stone holds down the number 2 spot. Mike Nagel Jr. trying the inside one more time into turn 1. He'll pull even with him. That's the battle for second on the racetrack. Mike Nagel Jr. underneath the 67R Ryan Stone. He's going to nose ahead of him for position number 2. Mike Shane on the inside. Mike Nagel Jr. up on alongside, down to the turn 1. Nagel will try to rim ride the cushion, keep the RPMs up. Shane will pull off of turn number 2 with the race lead. Riding third, the 67R of Ryan Stone. Here comes Randy Brokaw looking to the inside. Into one, it's Mike Shane, Mike Nagel Jr., Randy Brokaw up to third with a power move. Pushing Stone back to fourth. Fifth is the 3R of Ray Leonard. Off turn 4, Mike Shane leads the way. Nagel riding second, trying to find some magic out there on the 3/8 mile. Mike Shane trying to run away and hide. Randy Brokaw is flying up through the pack. He started back in position number 7. Really the only mover and shaker out there. Mike Nagel started 6th, up to 2nd. Battle for 2nd. Here comes Randy Brokaw. The battle with Nagel. He'll take the inside. He'll take away position number 2. Pushing Nagel back to 3rd. One more trip around the 3/8 mile Penn Can Speedway Oval for the M16 of Mike Shane. Brokaw and Nagel, your top 3 as he rides it off of the south end of the speedway. Looking to be 2 for 2 in 2019. The Stone Brothers Automotive Great Sportsman feature winner Mike Shane. Randy Brokaw for 2. Third is Mike Nagel Jr. Fourth, Ray Leonard. And fifth, Ryan Stone. Green flag is out. Down to turn 1, they ride it. It's the 36F of Dan Forrest, your race leader, down the backstretch. Running second is Rich Sharpstein. Dan Forrest sets the pace. Sharpstein, Coddington, Sykes, and Wolf. They're your top 5. They running hard down to the turn 3. It's the 36F of Dan Forrest, the 19 of Rich Sharpstein. The 3X of Coddington, the 81 of Shane Wolf Jr., the SIX of Jim Sykes. Dan Forrest sets the pace to turn 1. Back to racing we go on turn 4. Forrest on the inside, Rich Sharpstein up on the outside. And the Shane Wolf Jr. had to get out of binders. He's going to try to motor it back up on the outside down the backstretch. Down on the inside is Rich Sharpstein. He's your race leader. Now he switches up to the outside. Dan Forrest and the 3X of Coddington run hard down to the turn 3. It's Shane Wolf Jr. out turn 2, out front now by 2. Down the backstretch into turn 3 and 4. Sharpstein second, hang on. 6 of Sykes and the 3X of Coddington. 5 cars involved in turn number 3 and 4. They all should be able to pull away. Into turn number 1 and 2, they ride it. The 81 of Shane Wolf Jr. sets the pace down the backstretch. Riding second is Rich Sharpstein in car number 19. Sitting in third is the 3X of Ryan Coddington. 6 laps now complete on the Pepsi scoreboard for Shane Wolf Jr. He sets the pace off turn number 4. Rich Sharpstein riding in position number 2. Sharpstein sets it down the backstretch in second. Third, Coddington. Fourth is Dan Forrest. Off of turn 4, they ride it this time. But 9 laps up in lights on the Pepsi scoreboard. And Wolf Jr. on the point down to the turn number 1 and 2. Rich Sharpstein rides second, Jim Sykes third, fourth, Dan Forrest, fifth is the 77 of George Miller. Race leaders come off turn number 2. It's 81 of Shane Wolf Jr. Back to racing we go. Shane Wolf Jr. out front, set the pace, showing the way. It's Shane Wolf Jr. Then it's side-by-side action for second between Jim Sykes and Dan Force. White flag in the air. Final time around the speedway for Shane Wolf Jr. Rides it down to 1 and 2 for the final time up the backstretch. Sets it down to 3 and 4. Checkered flag is in the air and picking up the win. It's going to be the 81 of Shane Wolf Jr. Second is Jim Sykes. Third is Dan Force. Fourth, Ned Fitch, and fifth. Off turn number 4, Brandon Oleski ready to go. Green flag in hand from starter Sammy Rogers. We are racing. Stone Brothers Automotive. Great Sportsman down to turn 1. They ride it. 3 wide and Frank Payne up on the outside. Shoots around. Hang on front of the pack. We got them stacking up in the middle of the pack. They keep them going. Look at Mike Dangle. We got a caution on the speedway. Got to believe no start going to be the necessitation for that. Sammy's got the green flag in hand. We racing Crate Sportsman style. Down the front straightaway into corner number 1. They ride it. Frank Payne up on the outside. Here comes Shane. Racing up the back straightaway. It's going to be Frank Payne to turn 3. Brandon Oleski on the inside off turn 4. It's going to be Frank Payne leading his first Crate Sportsman feature lap. Frank Payne out front, setting the pace, showing the way. Mike Shane up to second. Brandon Oleski back to fifth. 3 wide for fifth into turn 3. Mikey Nangle thought about going to the extreme outside. Down to the turn 1, they ride it. Hang on, we got them stacking up. Ping pong effect, and this is going to bring out a caution. He's on it. We're back to racing. Down off turn number 4. They ride it. Frank Payne slides it down to the 1 and 2. Shane riding second. Ray Leonard third. Nagel going to slow to a stop in turn number 1. Caution light's going to come out around the speedway. Payne sets the pace. Shane going to try to stay right with him. Down off 3. He's on it. We're back racing. Mike Shane gets the jump down to turn 1 in the M16 machine. New race leader off of the back stretch on turn number 2. Mike Shane, Frank Payne, Ryan Stone, Ray Leonard. They get in hard into turn 3. Brokow using the inside. Ryan Stone slides up out of the groove. Mike Shane and car number M16 leads them down to turn number 3 and 4. The boggle up in the back of the pack. They keep it going. We stay clean. It is 4 laps complete. The Lincoln Hill, Pennsylvania hot shoe. Mike Shane, the big plate auto glass M16 ride. Frank Payne holding down the number 2 spot. Ray Leonard, Randy Brokow, Matt Brewer, your top 5. Then it's Jeremy Williams, Ryan Stone, Mark Longstreet, Randy Fox, Russell Benke, your top 10 running cars here in the early stages of this one. That's 5 down, 20 remain for your race leader. Mike Shane just continuing his domination in 2019 in the St. White Auto Glass Marchette Garage M16 machine. Over the 11, we got the Leski machine breaking over in turn number 2. Going to bring out a caution here on lap number 6. It's Shane on the accelerator. We are racing. Hang on, front straightaway. Red, yellow on the speedway. How Ray Leonard drove away from that, I'll never know. Frank Payne. Ryan Stone. All drivers are okay. Back to racing. Off turn 4, lap 6. We're racing. Mike Shane sets the pace down to turn 1. Ray Leonard rides second. Jeremy Williams third. Fourth, the 957 of Fox. Fifth, Russell Mankey. Into turn 3, they ride. Mike Shane rides off the corner. Clicks down lap number 7 on the scoreboard. Mike Shane rides it off of the corner. He's going to click down lap number 8 in the Safe Play Auto Glass M16 machine. Ray Leonard riding second. Off the corner that time, putting 8 up in lights on the scoreboard. Mike Shane, Ray Leonard, Randy Fox, your top 3. Off of quarter number 2, the M16 is Shane. He developed a little bit of a pushover in turn number 1. Up the backstretch, he rides. Brandon Oleski out in front of your leader. Hang on. Into corner number 1 and 2, they ride it. Up the backstretch, he's got lap traffic in front of him. Ray Leonard, Randy Fox riding there in the number 3 spot. Off of the corner, he rides lap traffic. He's going to get by in the battle for second. Ray Leonard, Randy Fox running there second and third. Jeremy Williams fourth, Russell Benke fifth. 12 laps complete on the Pepsi scoreboard. That battle for second, Randy Fox and Ray Leonard. They're getting the old pointing flag. You know what that means. The M16 of Mike Shane, the driver out of Lake Ariel, Pennsylvania, sets the pace, shows the way. The Sharky's Fuel sponsored ride. Second place still heating up. Randy Fox, Jeremy Williams riding there in fourth. Fifth is Russell Benke. Off the corner this time, they're going to put 15 laps up in lights. 10 more trips around the speedway for Mike Shane, Ray Leonard, Randy Fox, Williams, and Benke. Mike Nagel Jr. going to pull down to the infield. His night is done. Off of quarter number 2, Mike Shane sets the pace and shows the way. One more time for your race leader down the backstretch into turn 3. Mike Shane, driver of the M16, going to pick up his third in a row here at Penn Can Speedway. Second place to the line, it's going to be the 3-yard of Rapid Ray Leonard. Randy Fox is third. Off turn 4, green flag is out. We are racing. Belly Boyd on the inside, Josh Munch on the outside off turn number 2, and up the backstretch they ride it side by side for the race lead into turn 3. Josh Munch going to drive around him on the outside and lead lap number 1. Up the backstretch they ride it. Josh Munch sets the pace in cut number 5 a.m. Belly Boyd riding second, third. Here's Tyler Smith, fourth, Chelsea Beebe, then it's a Scott 108S machine. Josh Mudge leads him up the back straight away. Josh Mudge leads the race lead. He's 8 laps away from that, but Tyler Smith holding down the number 2 spot in car number 80. Bailey Boyd on all over the back of that 80 machine. Josh Mudge rides it off a quarter number 4. That time clicks down lap number 13 on the Pepsi scoreboard. Side-by-side battle for second between Boyd and Smith. That one is raging all race long. It's going to continue. Setting the pace and showing the way is Josh Mudge in car number 5 AM. Josh Mudge sets it down into corner number 3 and 4. Mudge getting sideways, dealing with lap traffic. That's going to allow your leaders to close in with just 5 laps to go. Parallel sticks in the sky. 2 more times around the speedway for Josh Mudge. Mudge in a league of his own down the backstretch into corner number 3 and 4. Boyd catching him in lap traffic, but he's may very well just run out of time. Into turn 3 and 4, off of turn 4 this time. Picking up the win, his second of the season will be Josh Mudge. Bailey Boyd for 2, Tyler Smith for 3. Hang on, Travis Rooney in a battle of pack. Street stock made event, 20 laps to distance, off turn number 4. Jerry Lobdell Jr., your pole sitter, ready to go racing, and we are doing so. Shane Wolf Jr. up on the outside of the speedway, roars it down to turn number 1 and 2. Shane Wolf Jr., car number 81, race leader up the back straightaway into turn number 3 and 4. Up turn number 4, green flag is out. We're racing again. Shane Wolf Jr. out at the front of the pack, leads him down to turn number 1. Lobdell right there, second. Riding third is Crawford, fourth. Romanek, fifth is Dan Force. Shane Wolf Jr. out front with a class of the straight stock field in 2019. He's showing the way right now, but Jerry Lobdell Jr. right there running in the number 2 spot. Third is Crawford. Fourth, Force. Fifth, the 85 of Romanek. Back to racing. Jerry Lobdell in cut number 2L and takes a look on the inside down to turn number 1. Shane Wolf Jr. up on the outside, lap 5, restart 15, and hang on. We got 4 cars coming together in turn 1.
36 all.
Back to racing, and Shane Wolf Jr. down into turn number 1. Lobdell on his heels, up the back straightaway, down into turn number 3. Caution around in turn number 2. 2 laps to go. Shane Wolf Jr. is on it. Lobdell got him sleeping down off of turn 4. Side by side for the race lead. Down to the turn 3. On the inside is Lobdell. On the outside is Shane Wolf Jr. Off of quarter number 2, it's Wolfie down the backstretch. Pulls it into turn 3. White flag waving. Shane Wolf Jr. on the outside. Jerry Lobdell down on the inside. 1 3/8 of a mile to go for Shane Wolf Jr. and Jerry Lobdell again to the inside. The marbles are being pushed as high as they can possibly go. Final time in the turn 3. Lobdell, anything left in the tank. Down in the 3 and 4, they ride it. Lobdell going to pull even, but Shane Wolf Jr. picks up his third in a row over Jerry Lobdell. Brett Crawford, Eric Bottom, and George Miller, your top 5. as they roll down the backstage. We'll unlock the cage as they head off into turn 3. You better bet they're set to be let free. So wait for the colors that brings fear to their mothers. Green means go. And no green waving on that. Sam Rogers looks him over, likes what he sees. This time, green flag is waving, and we are racing down the front stretch. Into turn number 1, they ride it. Crambo down on the inside. Brad Schaefer up on the outside off turn number 2. It's a drag race down the back stretch. It's going to be the 0-14 of Brad Schaefer out front down to the turn number 3. But Crambo going to try that inside ride. He'll take the race lead lap number 1. Caution around involved the 7M of Mike Nagel. The 77X of Matey, the 73 of Diane Hart, and one other car involved. Off turn 4, green flag is back out. We're back to racing. Crambo on the point down to turn 1, bringing with a Mike Loney in the 17D. Brad Schaefer up on the outside of the speedway. Ellen Kellogg going to come to a stop over in turn number 1 and 2. Caution is on the speedway. And we're back to racing. Jeff Crambo on the accelerator. They lead him down to turn number 1. It's Crambo. Here comes Loney to the inside of Brad Schaefer. It's Schaefer, though, in the number 2 spot in the turn 3. Jeff Crambo sets the pace and shows the way. Running in second is Brad Schaefer, Mike Loney, Nick Nye, the racing guy, Dominic Roselli, Nick Petrelak up to 6th, last week's feature winner. Up to 7th is the 119 of Malcolm. He's the opening night feature winner. Paul Rooney around over in turn number 3 and 4. We're under caution. Off turn number 3. Acceleration pedal has been mashed. We are back to racing. Crambo back out front, down to turn 1. Loney riding second. Nick Nye working around the 0-14 of Brad Schaefer. Look at the battle shaping up for the lead. Mike Loney all over the back of the 77 of Jeff Crambo. He's going to dive down to the inside off 2. Tuck it back in line. Race leader comes off turn 4. The 77 of Crambo slides up. Mike Loney right there on nipping on his heels. In the 17D machine, yellow out on the speedway. I believe that's the 14 of Stanley Wilkins. Off turn number 3, green flag is out. Back to racing. Crambo's on it. We are racing. Down the front stretch, Jeff Crambo sets the pace in the Scranton Craftsman 77. Mike Loney riding second. Nick Nye looking on the inside. Butch Getz making some shaking and moving in the middle of the pack. And getting a pointed flag at him. Mike Loney trying to make a race out of the top spot right now. Jeff Crambo at 77 starting to run away from everybody else except for Mike Loney. Loney enters into the corner on the extreme inside. Reeling in your race leader, but Jeff Crambo looked strong in his heat race. Has looked strong all early season going here in 2019. And right now, setting the pace, clicking down lap number 5 on the Pepsi scoreboard. It's Crambo, Loney, Nick Nye, Butch Getz. Hang on, Brad Schaefer, turn 1, backs it into the outside wall. Green flag in hand, it's out, we're back to racing. Crambo, once again, down the front stretch. Opens up to a half a car length lead into turn 1. Nick Nye to the inside of the 17D of Mike Loney. He'll tuck it back in line as we ride it down to turn 3. Race leaders come on the corner. 77 of Jeff Crambo sets the pace. Nick Nye underneath the 17 of Loney, who he's trying to go underneath the 77 of Crambo. And Nick Petrelak going to come to a stop on the front stretch. Jeff Crambo, he's on it. We're back to racing. Crambo and Loney take it down to turn 1. Here comes Nick Nye one more time underneath the 17D of Mike Loney. Race leader lines them down out of the stripe. The 77 of Jeff Crambo sets the pace, followed by the 6NN of Nick Nye. The 17D of Mike Loney. The 15 it gets, the 11 of Dan Pompey. It's Jeff Crambo setting the pace, showing the way. '77 of Crambo sets it down to the 3 and 4. Nick Nye riding there in the number 2 spot. Third is the 17D of Loney. Crambo set to go down off of turn number 3. Green flag is out. We're back to racing. Around the speedway, Jeff Crambo on it. And it's Nick Nye. He's all over the back bumper now. He worked on the inside to get there. He'll use the outside if he needs to. Nye riding second, Loney third, Getz fourth, Malcolm up the 5th, Pompey 6th. It's all the 77 of Jeff Crambo. Loney working back underneath Nick Nye, looking for the number 2 spot. Nothing to it that time. He'll tuck it back in line. All but turn 4, the 77 of Crambo sets the pace. Loney races his way back up in the number 2 spot. It's all Jeff Crambo out front, setting the pace and showing the way. Crambo sets it down into turn number 1 and 2. Riding in the number 2 spot is Nick Nye. Third, Mike Loney. Fourth, Butch Getz. Fifth, Brian Malcolm. Ross in the strike that time, 16 in, 14 remain. For the 77 of Jeff Crambo. Nick Nye riding in the number 2 spot. Malcolm to the inside of Butch Getz, looking for 4th off turn 4. He'll switch it back up to the outside, down to the turn number 1 and 2. Up the backstretch they ride, but out front it's all Jeff Crambo showing the way. And car number 77. Alan Kellogg around over in turn number 3 and 4. The 31 of Solomon, and there's another one backing up. Off turn 3. Green flag back out around the speedway. Jeff Crambo is on it down the front stretch. Nye riding second. Down to the turn 1 they ride it. The south end of the speedway. It's all Crambo setting the pace up the backstretch. Nick Nye holds down the number 2 spot. Look at Brian Malcolm battling side by side with Butch Getz for 4th. Malcolm going to slide his way underneath him. He'll take away 4th. Out front showing the way, it's a 77 of Jeff Crambo. Nye holding down the number 2 spot. Third is Loney. 4th is Malcolm. 5th Getz. Then it's Pompey, Nagel, Roselli, Morse, and Schaefer, your top 10. Crossing the stripe that time. 77 of Crambo sets the pace up the backstretch. Nick Nye holding down the number 2 spot. Third is Loney. 4th is Malcolm. 5th Getz. 11 laps complete and just 9 remain. Make it 12. 8 laps remaining for Jeff Crambo. Does Nick Nye have anything left in the tank? He's going to dig down deep here with just 8 laps to go. He has caught the back bumper. 7 laps to go for the 77 of Crambo. Nick Nye trying to reel him in down the backstretch. Nye is closing. He has got the inside line dialed in. If Crambo leaves the door open ever so slightly, Nick Nye looking to capitalize. They run down the backstretch. On the corner this time, 5 more trips around the speedway for Jeff Crambo and Nick Nye. It's a 2-car breakaway at the front of the field. The 77 of Jeff Crambo, the caution on the speedway. Stanley Wilkins coming around in turn number 4. We have got a 5-lap dash. Going to be a green-white checkered finish. Can Jeff Crambo hold off Nick Nye? And how about Brian Malcolm, a hard charge in third from deep in the field? Off turn 4, green flag is out, back underway. Jeff Crambo is on it down the front stretch. 2 laps to go. When they go into turn 1, Nick Nye going to go to the outside, going to try to make it happen. Will he carry the momentum down the back stretch? He's going to go right under the back bumper of the 77 of Crambo into turn 3. Crambo holding a white flag in the air. 1 more 3/8 of a mile to go. It's Crambo and Nye, neck and neck to turn 1. Nick Nye to the outside of the speedway. Going to try one last time down the backstretch. Jeff Crambo holding him off. Oh, but turn number 4. Caution, lights are out in the speedway. It's going to be a 1-lap dash. Over in turn 3, Crambo and Nick Nye. Brian Malcolm, your top 3. 1-lap dash. Off the corner, green flag is out. Back underway, and down the front stretch we go. Nick Nye going to try the outside into turn 1. Jeff Crambo going to try to hold that bottom. Nick Nye on the outside. Going to pull alongside, side by side, down the backstretch. Nye noses ahead. Crambo right there. Here comes Brian Malcolm. It's going to be a battle royal to the finish. At the line, it's going to be Nick Nye. Nick Nye by about an inch. Side by side, down the backstretch. Nye noses ahead. Crambo right there. Here comes Brian Malcolm. It's going to be a battle royal to the finish. At the line, it's going to be Nick Nye. Nick Nye by about an inch. Green flag is out. Green flag is out. We're racing down to turn 1. Nate Hill out front, setting the pace, showing the way. Hang on, we got a couple cars coming together. Back to racing, back down to turn 1, we ride it. Nate Hill, Buck Mills, here comes Cyrus Homer. Up the back stretch, we ride it. Buck Mills out front, Cyrus Homer going to look on the outside. Nate Hill back on the bottom trying to make something happen down the front stretch. Point flag coming out. Charlie Towner up to third. It's Buck Mills out front, setting the pace to turn 1, down to turn 1. He sets it down into turn 1 and 2. Follow, look at up on the outside of Cyrus Homer. Caution on the speedway. Green flag out, back underway. Nate Hill with a great restart. Racing off quarter number 2. Nate Hill out front. Charlie Towner losing some position. 88 of Alan Komar around in turn 1. Back to racing we go. Nate Hill sets the pace. Cyrus Homer racing the chase in the number 2 spot. It's Nate Hill showing the way down in the turn 1. Running second to 77 to Homer. Then it's Towner, McDonald, Towner, Frank. Nate Hill out front showing the way in that Ziggy Racing number 11 machine. Cyrus Homer rides second. Yellow out in turn number 3 and 4. Nate Hill, car number 11, leads him off turn number 4. Green flag, back out, back underway we go. The Ziggy Racing number 11 machine leads him to turn 1. There's Cyrus Homer, Charlie Towner, Kevin McDonald, Alicia Towner. Here comes Cyrus Homer in the 77 hot rod, working in the middle of the speedway. It's Nate Hill, Homer, Towner, McDonald, Towner, 3 wide behind him. Top 2 point getters stuck mid-pack. Nate Hill sets the pace, shows the way. Off in the turn number 3, they ride it. The 11 of Nate Hill sets the pace. Here comes Cyrus Homer. In a turn 3, they ride it.
51, Sam, lose them.
Here comes the 77 of Cyrus Homer. Here goes Cyrus Homer. Cyrus Homer sets the pace. Into turn number 3 and 4. Nate Hill riding second. Dusty Decker up to third in the 20 junior. A backstretch we ride. Final time in the turn number 3 and 4. The 77 of Cyrus Homer sets the pace. Checkered, flags in the air. The win goes to Cyrus Homer. Dusty Decker in for 2. 3 is Nate Hill. 4th at the line is Tommy Gruber. And 5th is Charlie Towner. Four-cylinder nightcap, 15 laps to distance. Robinson and Kennedy into turn number 1. It's Robinson, but Kennedy right there racing the chase in the number 2 spot. It's Robinson setting the pace. Nick Kennedy riding second. Lynn Highhouse getting up into turn 1. Was able to get it refired. Green flag is out, underway, down the front stretch. Robinson and Kennedy. Send the pace off of quarter number 2. It's Robinson, then Kennedy, then Jason Cowell Jr. Here comes Nick Kennedy to the inside. Captain Quick pulls alongside. Gonna inch ahead of the line. Nope, Robinson holds it down to the 1. Kennedy again gonna nose ahead off of 2, but Robinson gonna keep the RPMs up down the backstretch. Jeremy Warren looking for 3rd. Kennedy able to hold that bottom better. Robinson pulls away down the front stretch. Nick Kennedy, though, will try to drive it in a little bit deeper. The High House 13 machine keeping it going. Off of turn 2, they ride it. It's Robinson and Kennedy. 4 laps complete. Robinson sets the pace. Lap traffic could become the factor. Robinson has it. Nick Kennedy getting a little bit more antsy. All depends where the lap traffic goes. They look to be staying on the bottom, but here comes Nick Kennedy. He's going to make a move. Gets himself kind of stuck behind the lapper. There's another one in front of them, though. Kennedy will pull alongside one more time. Lap cars in front of the leader. Nick Kennedy going to go down to the inside, try to make it happen. He gets into the back of the lap car. Halfway in the 53, going to break on the front stretch. Going to have to go yellow,
Yellow.
Off turn 4, green flag is out. Back underway we go. It's Robinson and Kennedy and Warren and Kennedy. Frank Kennedy up from last to fourth. Michael Robinson sets the pace down the backstretch into turn number 3 and 4. Robinson sets the pace down into turn number 1 and 2. Robinson rides it in between 3 and 4. Ten down, 5 to go for Michael Robinson in the R2. Nick Kennedy is second, Frank Kennedy third, Jeremy Warren fourth, and fifth is Jason Cowell Jr. 4 to go this time when they cross the stripe. Your race leader, Michael Robinson, looking to be undefeated in 2019 in every race he has entered in the Southern Tier. But turn 4, they ride it. Robinson sets the pace in the R2. Nick Kennedy trying to reel him in. He almost caught him going into turn 1 that time. Michael Robinson sets it down to 3 and 4. Robinson seems to be slowing going into the corners. Parallel sticks in the sky 2 more times around the speedway. Nick Kennedy trying to reel him in. It's Robinson and Kennedy. Then it's Frank Kennedy. Jeremy Warren, Jason Cowell Jr. Going to be a 1-lap dash. Here comes Nick Kennedy. He comes in hot and heavy. 1 lap to go for Mike Robinson. Nick Kennedy, anything left in the tank? And no, he's a runner. He's looking for win number 51 in his career. It's going to come down to the last lap, last turn, down the backstretch. Into turn 3, Mike Robinson. Here comes Nick Kennedy. But turn 4, they touch. And Michael Robinson picks up the win, a hard-fought one against his stepbrother, Nick Kennedy, Frank Kennedy, Jimmy Warren, and Jason Cowell Jr. Sammy's flags are waving. Green means go in the Jeff Fountain Memorial Factory Stockman event leads them to turn 1. Nate Hill on the inside. Josh Towner in the 5:15 switches lanes and works the bottom. He'll take the lead up the backstretch. It's Towner, Hill, Mills, Towner, and Frank, your top 5. Josh Towner pushes way up the speedway. Gets it together down the front stretch. He'll lead lap number 1. Towner sets it off a quarter number 2. He's got a big bad push. Nate Hill second. Third is the 51 of Mills. Harley Towner off the pace of the 27. Josh Towner leads lap number 2 over Nate Hill. Caution on the speedway for the 27 of Charlie Towner. Josh Towner's on it. We're back racing. Off turn 4, they ride it. Josh Towner in the 5:15 takes him to turn 1. Nate Hill riding second. Buck Mills Sr. third. Tommy Gruber, Kevin McDonald battling out for 4th and 5th. Down the backstretch. Josh Towner rides it into turn 3. About turn number 4, Josh Towner sets the pace, the 5:15 machine. Second is the 11 of Nate Hill. Riding third, the 51 of Buck Mills. Good job by the 8W of Rich Wagner. Keeps it going. We stay clean and green down in the turn number 3 and 4. Josh Towner has pressure from the 11 and 8 Hill. 4 laps in, 21 to go. Out front, setting the pace is the 5:15 of Josh Towner. Factory Stocks getting a great night to showcase their talent here tonight in the Jeff Outen Memorial Race. And man, are they putting on a show out in the front of the field as Nate Hill reeling them in. We got a car going around and or not in turn 4. Caution going to come out of the speedway. Ready to go up turn 3. Josh Towner's on and off of the corner. We're back to racing. Nate Hill, that Ziggy Racing ride, gets a great start down to the turn 1. He'll ride the bottom. He'll slide up. He did it before. Here comes Towner. He'll slide up. Here comes Groover. Groover into the mix. They ride up the back stretch. It's Nate Hill out front, car number 11. Dusty Decker, and Hill slides way up, opens the door. Here comes Tommy Groover. And Josh Towner side by side at the line. It's Groover into turn 1. Here comes Towner working the inside off turn number 2. Dusty Decker in the mix to 20 Junior. Into turn 3, Tommy Groover sets the pace. Towner rides second. Third is Dusty Decker. Fourth, Nate Hill. Fifth, Buck Mills Sr. That's Kevin McDonald, Charlie Towner, Alicia Towner, Alan Komar, Rich Wagner off of corner number 2. Tommy Gruber sets it down in the turn number 3 and 4. Lap number 8 going to be up in lights this time at the line. It's Tommy Gruber out front. Charlie Towner coming up through. Thought about going 3 wide for 5th. It's all the flying welder Tommy Gruber out front setting the pace and trying to run away and hide from Josh Towner in the 5:15. Gruber will ride it down to turn number 1. Then it's Towner, Decker, Hill, Mills, McDonald, Towner, Komar, and Wagner. Second is the 5:15 of Josh Towner, Dusty Decker, Nate Hill, Buck Mills Sr. Charlie Towner going to take a look under the inside of the 27M of Kevin McDonald. He'll have to back out of it. 1 lap shy of halfway for Tommy Gruber. Running second to 5:15 of Josh Towner. This time they're going to be cross flags. 13 down, 12 to go for your race leader, Tommy Gruber. Wagner's going to slide it up high. Here comes Gruber. He's got to get down to the inside. He's been running the outside. Towner going to reel him in turn 3, down to 4 car lengths. 22 laps complete. 3 remain for Tommy Gruber. Josh Towner, Dusty Decker, Charlie Towner going to try to work his way up to 4th after going to the back. Parallel sticks in the sky. 2 more trips around the speedway for the 7R of Tommy Gruber. Looking for the $500 payday. Off turn 2. It's Gruber. About 6 car lengths out in front of the 5:15 of Towner. Off turn 4. Tommy Gruber's going to see the white flag. 1 3/8 of a mile to go. Into 1 and 2. The flying welder Tommy Gruber takes him up the back straight away for the final time. Into turn 3 and 4, checkered flags going to be flying. Picking up the Jeff Outen Memorial $500 payday is Tommy Gruber. Josh Towner for 2, Dusty Decker 3rd. 4th at the line will be Nate Hill over Charlie Towner, rounding out your top 5. Off turn 3, green flag is out. Jared Green leads the Leeward Construction 600 modifieds back to the green flag. Down in the turn 1, it's Green, Boyd, Scott, Smith and Mudge up the back straightaway. It is the 35 of Jared Green. Here comes Mudgey up to the number 3 spot now. Haley Boyd and Mudge, the top 2 point getters in the 2019 season so far. Jared Green making his first start of the 2019 campaign, a feature winner a year ago. Into turn 3, Bailey Boyd racing the chase. He's rolling him up to the number 2 spot. He's taking a look-see up on the outside, down in the turn number 1, but Jared Green sets it down low. Bailey Boyd racing the number 2 spot. Then it's Mudge, Scott, Nolan Smith, and Tyler Smith riding out your top 6 running automobiles. On the corner, Jared Green, second generation Chauffeur, leads the way into turn 1. White flag in the air. One more trip around the speedway for the 35 of Jared Green. Last year he was a rookie. He parked it in victory lane a couple of times. Sophomore Jinx, no more. He will pick up a win in his second season. As they roll down the backstage, we'll unlock the cage as they head off into turn 3. You better bet they're set to be let free. So wait for the color that brings fear to their mothers. Modified style, we're racing Jeff Bowden Memorial down the front straightaway. Into turn 1, they negotiate the traffic. But quarter number 2, we've got them all clean and green down the backstretch. Paul Rooney in the 54, looking to lead lap number 1. He's going to do so. The Eric Hines Trucking 54 of Paul Rooney leads lap number 1. Mike Loney riding in position number 2. Brian Malcolm up on the outside of Nick Petrilak for position number 3. Down the backstretch, they ride it. Paul Rooney. He's won in everything he's ever raced here at the Penn Can Speedway. We got a car around in turn 4. Off turn 4, green flag is waving. We're racing. Yellow lemon lights back on around the speedway. Green flag is out. Back underway we go. The 54 Rooney leads them to turn 1. 119 up on the outside flying. Brian Malcolm. Down the backstretch into turn 3. Rooney leads them. Lap number 3 up on the Pepsi scoreboard. Brian Malcolm, Nick, we got problems in turn 4. Couple cars around. I believe that's the 14 of Stanley Wilkins facing the opposite way. Off of turn 3, Rooney's got the field in tow. He's on it. We're racing. Down the front stretch, they ride it. Everyone works it down to turn number 1. Paul Rooney out front, setting the pace. It's a battle per second between Petrilak and Malcolm down into turn 3. Petrilak noses ahead. Malcolm trying the outside. New second place man, Nick Petrilak. Barker looking to do the same. Here comes battling Butch Getz. Nick Nye just outside of the top 5. Malcolm on the outside. While all that's happening, Rooney's starting to pull away. Put 4 up in lights for Paul Rooney. Battle per second. Petrilak has it. Hey, he gets a little sideways. Alan Barker, AB, up the number 2 spot now. Riding it down to turn 3. Petrilak battling with the 119 of Malcolm. Paul Mickey Rooney out front, setting the pace, trying to pull away down the backstretch. Alan Barker second. Third, it's a 72 of Petrilak. 7 down, 23 to go for Paul Rooney. Brad Weaver is going to pull it down to the infield at car number 831. Race leader crosses the stripe. He clicks down lap number 8, 22 to go. Alan Barker holding down the number 2 spot off quarter number 2. Race leader crosses the stripe. 9 down, 21 to go for Paul Rooney. Off the backstretch, they ride it. It's Rooney, Barker, Petrilak, Malcolm, Getz, Roshinsky, Nick Nye, Pompey, and Jordan, your top 10. It's all Paul Rooney, but here comes Barker. He's nipping on the heels. 11 and 19 for Paul Rooney. Alan Barker tries that outside. Down the backstretch into 77. We're going to be 12 in. Problems for the Hunsinger 15 junior ride. He's going to clear the racetrack. But turn 2, they ride it. The 54 of Rooney's going to have pressure. Alan Barker down to 2 car lengths. Barker takes a look on the inside, but it's Rooney out front. Barker going all the way up to the outside. He loses ground. Just could be testing the waters. 1 lap shy of halfway for Paul Rooney. Alan Barker, he's going to keep working that outside. Barker and Rooney both looking for the first Penn Can Modified triumphs. Paul Rooney going to see the cross flags. 15 down, 15 to go. For Rooney, Barker, Petrelak, Malcolm gets the top 5 at the halfway point. Barker going to take it down to the inside in turn 3. Off the corner, it's still Rooney out front. Barker holding down the number 2 spot. Then it's Petrelak, then it's Malcolm. Here comes Barker on the outside down the backstretch. He's going to go up high into turn 3, side by side off turn 4. At the stripe that time, new race leader, Alan Barker. Barker takes him down to turn number 1 and 2. Rooney back to second. Battle still for third between Petrelak and Malcolm. Lap traffic going to be in front of your leader here as we hit lap number 18. Mike Nagel pulls it into the pit area. Alan Barker, the 77 machine, sets the pace. At Klinger Motorsports, 77 machine. McCain Gas and Electrical sponsored Hot Rod. Rooney riding second, Eric Hines Trucking Machine. Here comes Malcolm to the inside of Petrelak. They're going to rage a battle for third. Malcolm down on the inside, Petrelak in the middle of the speedway. They're battling it out, and third place will go to the 119 of Malcolm. Malcolm's going to try to work the inside. Rooney holding down the number 2 spot up the backstretch, but Alan Barker, AB, rides it down on the corner this time. He'll pull lap number 21 up in lights for the 77 of Alan Barker. Malcolm up to the number 2 spot. Has he been saving a little something? We'll see. He's got almost a straightaway to try to track down the leader, Alan Barker. Alan Barker works it down into 1 and 2. It's Barker, Malcolm, Rooney, Petrelak gets your top 5. 23 down and 7 remain for the 77 of Alan Barker. Sets it down in the corners, working lap traffic. Malcolm trying to reel him in. He's got it down to about a half a straightaway. 24 and 6 for the 77 of Alan Barker. Out on a Friday night drive is Alan Barker. 5 fingers from Sammy Rogers. 5 more trips around the speedway. For Alan Barker, Brian Malcolm, Nick Petrelak, Paul Rooney, Butch Getz, Nick Roshinsky, Nick Nye, Kevin Jordan, Dan Pompey, Dominic Roselli, your top 10. Race leader rides it off of corner number 2. This time we're going to put 27 down and 3 remain for the race leader, Alan Barker. Barker rides it down in the turn number 1. Alan Barker rides it off of corner number 2. Alan Barker gonna see the parallel popsicle sticks 2 more times around the speedway for Alan Barker. Barker's got 1.5 more trips around the speedway for his first win at Penn Can Speedway. Off turn number 4. He's got just 1 3/8 of a mile to go for the McCain Gas and Electric 77 of Alan Barker. Final time up the back straightaway into turn 3 and 4. He's going to make his first one a memorable one. It's a dominating run. Alan Barker will win here at Penn Can. Second will go to 119 of Malcolm. Third, Nick Petrilak. Fourth, Paul Rooney. And fifth, Butch Getz. Off turn number 4, the Kennedys leading the field of 4 cylinders to the Sammy's green flag. We're racing down the front straightaway. Captain Frank Kennedy out front, the K2. Nick rides second. Andy Bowles is third. Fourth, Josh Wilder. And fifth is the 24 of Jason Cowell Jr. Here comes Nick Kennedy. He's got a little bit of wild in him. He went down to the inside. They're side by side at the line. It's a pair of ducks at the front of the field. Nick and Frank Kennedy leading them off turn 2. Frankie up on the outside. Nick down on the bottom. Andy Bowles rides third. Fourth is Wilder. Fifth is Cowell. Nick Kennedy going to try to dive down to the inside in that N2 machine. The Gas Trucking Dirty Works House Cleaning N2 and the K2 Dirty Work House Cleaning. They ride it down to turn 3 and 4. Frank and Nick running it right there side by side. Nick Kennedy that time by literally the bumper. It's Nick and Frank still side by side for position number 1 and 2. They ride it up the back straightaway. Now here comes Frankie. They stay side by side. They've been side by side for 4 laps of racing. Nick going to throw it down on the bottom. Frank up on the outside. Wilder gets by Andy Bowles for third. But not going to have enough tonight as it's a Kennedy show out front. Nick going to inch ahead off turn 4. Frankie going to have to tuck her back in line or find some more real estate. And it's Wilder and Bowles and Cowell and Wagner and Cowell and Motchka and Bainbridge and downtown Corey Brown. Now Frankie's going to try the same move, and Nick's going to stand on it down to turn 1. It is a great battle, brothers, on the racetrack. Nick, the younger one, Frankie, the older one. Into turn 3, Frankie, a former track champion. Nick, a champion everywhere but here. And that time, Frankie going to edge out in front. Mama Kennedy is going to have to pick one of her baby boys to root for as they ride off turn 2. Nick Kennedy going to inch it up into the outside wall. Now he'll go back down to the bottom. He's going to try to slide job his brother. He's going to inch back ahead. These boys are putting on a show. Down to turn 1, 8 in, 12 to go. Lap traffic in front of them. One of them's going to be happy. One of them's going to be going home sad. They're down the backstretch. Nick Kennedy going to go down to the inside. Frankie gets the lap car. Nick's going to take him off at turn 4. He's going to not only get by 1, but he gets by 2. And now Frank Kennedy may very well have had something break. He's got smoke showing. Heartbreak for Frank Kennedy. He rides it down to 1 and 2, a dominating ride for Nick Kennedy as the second place car. He's got a half a track on him. Andy Bowles is second. Off turn 4, checkered flag in the air, picking up a dominating win. His 51st of his career will be Nick Kennedy.
Ladies and gentlemen, can Shane Wolf Jr. accept the challenge and pick it up from the rear? Here we go.
Green flag is out down to turn 1. Yago going to take the jump, riding it in between 1 and 2. Bottom in the number 2 spot. Third rides the Brockner 151.
Off of corner number 2, Wolf's already gained a couple of positions as they enter the west end of the speedway.
Leading lap number 1, it's going to be the Tiger Downs Casino 33 of Tyler Yago, Eric Bottom, Brockner, and Shane Wolf Jr. up to position number 4. He's a man on a mission tonight.
Wolf already nipping at the heels of the 151 of Travis Brockner. Well, Yago is out front, seemed to be in a league of his own, pulling away as they click off lap number 3.
Eric Bonham in the Bottom Farms 84 machine rides here in the number 2 spot. Travis Brockner in car number 151 third. Fourth, Shane Wolf Jr. And fifth, the 77 of George Miller.
The 151 of Brockner is now starting to pour the pressure on the 84B of Eric Bonham as they exit corner number 4, clicking off lap number 3.
While all that's happening, they're working up the back straightaway. Eric Bonham goes around, but it keeps it going.
Bottom with a little melee, gets it straightened out and pointed in the right direction. Yeagle off of 4, the number 33 clicking off lap number 4 in dominating fashion.
Shane Wolf Jr. up to the number 3 spot now as he's reeling in the back of the Travis Brockner 151. But Tyler Yeagle trying to run away and hide. He's got a straightaway over second.
Fourth place becoming quite a to-do here with Miller going around bottom. Contact sliding in the 6 of Jimmy Sykes. Around in a knot goes Miller, collecting Sykes in the process. Sammy Rogers will have the green glow stick in, and here we go racing.
The 33 of Yeagle jumps down to the race lead into turn number 1. Shane Wolf Jr. clears by the Brockner 151. Give him the number 2 spot off corner number 2.
Brockner opens a lane. Wolf will capitalize on that, taking over second. Brockner gives him a lump tap, lets him know he's still there, sends him around. Wolfie around in corner number 4. Yellow is out on the speedway.
Green flag is out. Yeagle's on it down to turn 1, bringing with him Brockner on the outside.
Shane Wolf Jr. already in the loud pedal, exiting corner number 2, pouring the pressure on the right rear of Eric Bonham. Here comes Brockner for the lead out of corner number 4.
It's still going to be the 33 of Tyler Yeagle setting the pace, show the way. 7 down, 13 remain for Yeagle. Brockner now Wolfie up to the number 3 spot. Man on a mission times 2 today.
13 more 3/8 circuits left as they roll down into the west end of the speedway. Wolfie really pouring on the heat. He has cracked the top 3, and he's coming up on the 151 of Brockner.
He's going to take a look down to the inside off of corner number 2. He's going to pull almost even, but has to lose a little bit of ground. But it's all Tyler Yeagle out front in the Tioga Downs Casino 33.
Wolfie slides down to the inside of Brockner. Miller all over the back end of the 6 of Sykes. Down the front straightaway, they've clipped off lap number 9. 11 remain as they come off of corner number 2.
Shane Wolf Jr. up to the number 2 spot. He's got about a half of a straightaway to reel in the 33 of Tyler Yeagle. The Yeagle Fabrications Tioga Downs Casino 33 machine sets the pace over Shane Wolf Jr., Travis Brockner, Eric Bonham, Jim Sykes, George Miller, and Ned Fitch.
A couple weeks ago, Tyler Yeagle crawled out of that 33 and said, we just have to make a couple of adjustments, and I think we can do a little bit better. The adjustments that they made must have been the right ones, as he is out in a league of his own right now. 11 down, 9 laps remain, but keep your eye on the 81 of Shane Wolf Jr., who may be closing in as they roll down the back straightaway.
Yeagle has continued to pull away now by about 8, make it 10 car lengths into turn 1. Shane Wolf Jr. will set down into the corner and try to reel him in. Lap traffic could become a factor in about 3 laps with an Ed Fitch 16.
Jimmy Sykes, after a fierce battle with George Miller, has cleared the 77 and is now pulling away as he's trying to reel in Eric Bonham for 4th.
13 and 7 for Tyler Yeagle.
Yeagle takes him down into corner number 1. Here comes Wolfie with a bit on the bottom.
Wolfie traditionally goes to the outside. He tried the inside. Down the backstretch into turn 3. Is he setting him up for a last turn pass? Off turn 4. White flag in the air.
The big white sheet laundered over the 33 of Yeagle. A mix for 3rd, but a battle up front. Wolfie sets it down off of corner number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned.
Down the backstretch, final time into turn 3. Tyler Yeagle looking for what could be career win number 1 at Penn Can, and he will do it. Tyler Yeagle, Shane Wolf Jr., Eric Bonham, Jim Sykes, Travis Brockner. 25 laps to distance, final event of the night. Up turn 4, green go sticks are out. We're racing great sportsman style. Down to turn 1, they ride it. Brokaw out on the point. Mike Shane riding there in the number 3 spot, looking to go for 2. But it's the B17 of Brokaw leading lap number 1. Mike Shane holds down the number 2 spot. Running third is Randy Fox. 4th, Ryan Stone. 5th, Jamie Cortazar. Off of turn 4 this time, putting lap number 2 up in lights. Your race leader, Randy Brokaw. Look at Mike Nagel Jr. sneaking by for 5th. Randy Brokaw sets the pace down in the turn 1. Mike Shane riding 2nd. Down the back into turn 3, they ride it. Randy Brokaw leads lap number 4. Mike Shane holding down the 2nd spot. He can get lower in turns than Brokaw can. Brokaw trying to hold that inside line to the best of his ability. That Ken Brewer Construction B17 machine. Mike Shane trying to run with him, but Randy Brokaw has got that machine dialed in. Using the expertise of Carl Nagel in the pit area. The B17 of Brokaw using the inside. Mike Shane now going to try the outside. But Randy Brokaw leads them to turn 3 and 4. 7 laps complete for Randy Brokaw. Can anybody put an end to Mike Shane's dominance? Randy Brokaw would love to be the guy. Brokaw sets the pace. Into turn 1, Mike Shane works the outside of the speedway. Randy Brokaw out front. Here comes Shane on the back bumper. Off turn 4, they ride it. The B17 of Brokaw continuing to set the pace. Mike Shane rides there in the number 2 spot. We got the 197 pulling down to the inside of turn number 2. Randy Brokaw trying to hold it down. Off turn 4, they ride it. The B17 of Brokaw leads them to turn 1. Shane right there in the number 2 spot. Then it's a little ways back to the 957 of Fox. How about Randy Brokaw using the inside of the speedway to his advantage right now in the B17. Clicking down lap number 11. Down the back stretch, they ride it. Randy Brokaw wants to be the guy that puts an end to the Mike Shane streak. On turn 4, the Ken Brewer Construction B17 machine sets the pace. Mike Nagel Jr. up to 4th now, halfway at the stripe. Brokaw gonna see the halfway. 13 in, 12 to go. Randy Brokaw, race leader. Mike Shane right there behind him. They are absolutely throw a blanket over the top 2, if you will. Brokaw gonna have to stay on the bottom. Mike Nagel Jr. racing his way up to 3rd. Heavy traffic in front of the leaders. Randy Brokaw. How's this gonna play out? 14 in, let's make it 15 and 10. Randy Brokaw going to stay on the bottom. He's going to dance with the girl he took to the prom. Off of corner number 2, lap traffic in front of him. Shane going to go the outside into turn 3. Brokaw going to continue to stay committed. Gets by the 44 of Big Jim O'Hara. It's all Randy Brokaw out front, the B17 machine. Into turn 3, lap traffic. He's put a little distance between himself and Mike Shane. This time, 17 down. 8 to go for the B17 of Randy Brokaw. Brokaw and the B17 machine. This time putting down lap number 18. Makes it 7 to go for Brokaw. Brokaw in the B17. He's got a car between himself and the M16 of Shane. Can Randy Brokaw be the guy to put an end to the Mike Shane dominating streak to start 2019? Mike Nagel Jr. up to the number 3 spot. Randy Fox 4th, Ryan Stone 5th. 5 more trips around the speedway from Randy Brokaw. Mike Shane right there, just 3 car lengths back. Brokaw able to pull away. Shane reels him in going into the corner. Off the corner they ride it. The B17. There's a caution on turn 4. And we got 21 in and 4 to go. Brandon Oleski around over at turn number 4. Green flag is out. We're racing. Randy Brokaw out front, set the pace. Mike Shane racing the chase in the number 2 spot. Randy Brokaw working down the backstretch. Mike Shane riding 2nd. Mike Nagel Jr. sitting 3rd. This time 22 and 3 remain for Randy Brokaw. Mike Shane going to try the outside. He's going to try to do a high-low switch. Randy Brokaw takes him down the back straightaway into turn number 3 and 4. Parallel sticks in the sky. 2 more times around the speedway. Looking to put an end to the Mike Shane dominance in 2019. Shane going to go way up to the outside. Randy Brokaw takes him down off turn number 2. Shane gets a good run down the backstretch. Into turn 3. White flag going to fly. 1/3 of a mile to go here at the Penn Can Speedway. It comes down to this. Randy Brokaw, Mike Shane, final time to turn 1. Shane again, watch for the high-low switch off turn 2. Well, we're going to have a 1-lap dash for this one. Off turn number 3, Randy Brokaw on the acceleration pedal. To turn 1, he's going to hit the bottom. Here comes Shane. He's going to try the high-low maneuver. Backstretch final time into turn 3. Randy Brokaw looking to end the streak. He will do so. Randy Brokaw, your winner. Mike Shane, Mike Nagel Jr., Randy Fox, and Ryan Stone, your top 5. Off turn 4, green flag in hand. It's waving and we're racing down the front stretch. Into turn 1, Jimmy Sykes up on the outside, motoring down to the corner number 1 and 2. Here comes Doug Stack Jr. up at the front of the pack, 3 wide racing off of corner number 2 down the back. Slight contact made at the front of the pack with Sykes and Jim and Doug Stack Jr. Yeagle up to the number 2 spot, last week's feature winner. They ride down the backstretch into turn 3. It's a 4-car breakaway at the front of the pack, and running 5th, the 55S of Kyle Stark, was leading the way. Doug Stack Jr. Shane Wolf Jr. underneath the SIX of Jimmy Sykes. Down the backstretch in the corner number 3, they ride it. Wolfie looking for some racing room. They are nose to tail off the corner. And we got a problem. Green flag is out. We're back racing down the front straightaway. 33 of Tyler Yeagle sets the pace into turn 1. Shane Wolf Jr. up on the outside. Jimmy Sykes down on the inside off turn number 2. Travis Proctor looking to split the gap, take over the number 5 spot. Into turn 3, Tyler Yeagle sets the pace, car number 33. Clicks to strike, clicks down lap number 4. It's Yeagle, Sykes, Shane Wolf Jr. braking. Shane Wolf Jr. off the pace, stuffed brake for the 81. Off turn 4, Tyler Yeagle is on it down off of the corner. Green flag back out, back underway. They ride it down to turn number 1. It's the 33 of Yagel out front, setting the pace, show the way down the back stretch. Jim Sykes races the chase in the number 2 spot. Travis Brockner up to 3rd. 4th is Bonham. 5th, after the early race, Tango, is the 4-1S of Stack as Shane Wolf Jr. makes it back out onto the track. He'll be on the lead lap. Ready to go back off turn number 4. Tyler Yeagle's on it. We're back racing. Tyler Yeagle up on the outside. Jimmy Sykes down on the inside. Into turn 1. Jimmy Sykes going to motor ahead him. But up on the outside comes Tyler Yeagle. Yeagle down the back. Trying to make something happen. But Jimmy Sykes out front the SIX machine. It's all Jim Sykes. He throws it into 1. Tyler Yeagle second. Brockner up to the number 3 spot. 4th is the 4-1S of Doug Stack. Up to 5th after spinning out Shane Wolf Jr. And Eric Bonham right there in the mix as well in car number 84. Side by side for the race lead here on lap number 9. Yeagle on the inside of Sykes off of corner number 2. It's Yeagle back up at the point. Green flag is out. We're racing. And now Sykes going to have to use the outside line down into turn number 1. He's going to do the high-low switcheroo off of corner number 2. It's going to be the 33 of Yeagle down the back stretch. Yeagle, Sykes, Brockner, hold on. He's sideways, and we are under caution. Yeagle's on it, and we're racing. It's the 33 of Yeagle setting the pace and showing the way off of corner number 2. Yeagle, Sykes, Shane Wolf Jr. up to 3rd. Doug Stack Jr. riding 4th. George Miller 5th. 11 down, 9 remain for the 33 of Tyler Yeagle, Jim Sykes. Doug Stack Jr. skating by the 81 of Shane Wolf Jr. It's all Tyler Yeagle out front, showing the way in a Y-Fab chassis ride. Down the back stretch of the 33 of Tyler Yeagle. He wants to go back to victory lane for the second time in 2 weeks. He liked it so much last week. He's going to try it again. Jim Sykes rides there in the number 2 spot. 3rd is Doug Stack Jr. Then it's Shane Wolf Jr., George Miller, Ned Pitch, Travis Brockner, Eric Bonham, and Kyle Stark. Eric Bonham going to pull the 84 machine pit side. Out front, setting the pace, showing the way. 14 down, 6 to go for your race leader, Tyler Yeagle. Then it's the SIX of Jim Sykes having a great run. Doug Stack Jr., Shane Wolf Jr., George Miller, your top 5 running automobiles. It's all the 33 of Yeagle with 5 more trips around the speedway. It's Yeagle, Sykes, Stack. Stack slides up. Here comes Shane Wolf Jr. for the number 3 spot. He'll do so. It's all the 33 of Tyler Yeagle. The Tioga Downs Casino G&I Homes 33 machine of Tyler Yeagle down to turn 3 and 4. He's going to cross the stripe. But 17 down and 3 to go for Tyler Yeagle. Yeagle rides it off corner number 4. White flag in the sky. One more trip around the 3/8 mile. Looking for back-to-back wins. He's going to ride it off of corner number 2 up the back straightaway. Final time into corner number 3 and 4. Tyler Yeagle liked victory lane at Penn Can so much after picking up his first win last week, he'll go back-to-back victory lanes. Jim Sykes for 2. Shane Wolf Jr. for 3. You better bet they're set to be let free. So wait for the colors that brings fear to their mothers. Green means go, and the modifieds roar to light down the front straightaway. On the inside, Brett Graham. On the outside, Alan Barker off a quarter number 2. They roll down the backstretch. Alan Barker has the race lead into turn 3. Alan Barker sets the pace off a quarter number 4, followed by the 62 of Graham. Car coming to a stop over in turn number 4. Stanley Wilkins in car number 14. He's on it. We're racing. Down the front stretch we go. Graham gets this jump that time into turn 1. But Barker again going to use that outside cushion. And he's going to get that McCain Gas and Electric 77 hooked up around the speedway. As 2 laps complete, 28 remain for the driver of car number 77, Alan Barker. Second place belongs to Brett Graham. Third, Nick Petrilak. Fourth, Brian Malcolm. We got a couple cars together down here in turn number 1. The 14 of Stanley Wilkins and the 15 junior of Chris Hunsinger. Alan Barker on the acceleration pedal. We're back to racing. But Brett Graham with an unbelievable start in car number 62. Is he going to throw the slider? Here comes Barker back on the outside, down the backstretch. Nothing to it. Brett Graham sets the pace. He rides it off a quarter number 4. Here comes Petrilak. He shot off a 4 like a cannon. But Barker going to go 3 wide off the corner. Alan Barker playing possum up on the outside, down the back. Petrilak, he's on the inside. Brett Graham back to position number 3. Petrilak's going to lead that lap by a half a car length. Off a quarter number 2, it's the 77 of Barker, the 72 of Petrilak. Into turn number 3. They ride it. Barker going to get the RPMs a cranking. He'll lead that lap by a half of a bumper. 6 down and 24 remain. Barker setting sail now down the backstretch. Riding there in the number 2 spot is Petrilak. Third is a 62 of Graham. Then it's Malcolm and Rooney. They're battling it for 5th. Then it's Nagel, Pompey, Nick Nye, Roselli, and Loney, your top 10 running automobiles. All but turn 4 this time. We're going to put 8 laps up in lights at the stripe. For the McCain Gas and Electric 77 of Alan Barker. Barker rides it off a quarter number 4. Petrilak trying to switch lanes now, going to the outside. Third, here comes the 119 of flying Brian Malcolm now. Malcolm in the middle looking to take over the number 3 spot. But out front, they're all chasing the 77 of Alan Barker. Barker, that McCain Gas and Electric Hake Fab chassis. Morrison Racing engines underneath the hood of the 77. They're side by side for third down the backstretch between Brett Graham and the 119 of Malcolm. They'll keep that battle raging as 11 laps are down, 19 remain. And your modified main event. Alan Barker leads the way into turn 3. Brett Graham takes back position number 3. Nick Nye knocking on the back of the back bumper of the Mike Nagel 7M for position number 6. Up the back stretch we ride it. A.B. Alan Barker clicking down another one. He's continuing to open up that lead now to about 2 seconds over the 72 of Nick Petrilak. Down the back stretch. The 77 of Barker over Petrilak. 14 in lap traffic. Going to become an issue in about 5 laps. And actually, it's going to be the 77 C of Jeff Crambo. Going to be the first one to go down a lap. All the while, freight train style right here at the Penn Can Speedway. Into turn 1, he rides it. Alan Barker sets the pace. Side by side for third, Brian Malcolm going to the inside of Brett Graham. But Graham pretty strong on that outside. 15 laps complete for your race leader. 15 down, 15 to go. We got some action in the middle of the pack. For position number 3, still they're side by side. They've been side by side for 5 laps for third off corner number 2. The Hig Fab Chassis, McCain Gas and Electric 77. Battle for second. Here comes the 119 of Brian Malcolm. To the inside of the 72 of Nick Petrilak. Kevin Jordan trying to race his way up into a top 5. Baker's 23 laps complete, 7 remain. For the 77 of Alan Barker. Second, Petrilak is doing his darndest to hold on to the 119 of Malcolm. But he opened the door and did not give enough room for Malcolm to come underneath. Look at the line that the 77 of Barker running. Nobody else coming close to where he's running on the outside of turn 1 and 2. Barker down the backstretch. He has opened up a commanding lead. He's going to see the white flag. Malcolm right there in the mix now for second again with Petrilak. White flag in the sky for Alan Barker. We'll keep our eyeballs on both ends of the speedway as Barker rides it off at turn number 2. Battle for second going to come down to the wire. Nick Nye, Kevin Jordan, they want into the mix off turn 3 and 4. Final time for the second week in a row. Alan Barker picks up the win. Battle for second coming on the line. Don't count any of them out yet off of turn 4. It's going to be Petrilak, Malcolm, Nye, and Kevin Jordan. The smell of 87 octane fuel, rubber burning, mudslinging. Hold on to your seats. The round of turn 4, the factory stocks. Hang on the front stretch. We got them stacking up. Involved the top 2 point getters. Off turn 4, green flag ready to go. We are racing. Off of turn number 2, Josh Towner in a 5:15 sets the pace. Down the back stretch into turn 3, 3 wide back in the pack. Charlie Towner on the inside. Levi Frank up into the dirt monster. Tommy Gruber on the binders. Caution going to have to come out for the Levi Frank 34F. Josh Towner ready to get on the accelerator. He is on it. We're back to racing. Down the front stretch we go. The 5:15 of Josh Towner. JT rides it down in between quarter number 1 and 2. Nate Hill riding second. Charlie Towner back up to third. Cyrus Homer down in the corner number 3 and 4 on the bottom for position number 3. He's going to take it, and Tommy Gruber going to come to a stop in turn 4. Lemon yellow lights are on around the speedway. 2 down, 18 remain. Back to racing, and Towner back out front. The re-lettered 5:15. Hill rides second, 3 wide for third. Decker on the inside. Homer had to back out. Charlie Towner has it down in the turn 3 and 4. Josh Towner pushes way up the track. Somehow he keeps on to it. Nate Hill takes the race lead. Charlie Towner up to second. Dusty Decker third. Josh Towner back into fourth. He gets a good run down around the outside of the 20 junior of Dusty Decker. He's going to go way up, touches the outside wall, rides it onto the corner, side by side for the race lead. Hill and Charlie Towner. Dusty Decker and Josh Towner go down to the turn number 1. Nose to tail, some action at the front of the pack. Cyrus Homer slips up, opens the door. Up to 5th is Tommy Gruber. Nate Hill, Ziggy Racing, they put up an extra $100. They're 3 wide for second. Charlie Towner, Dusty Decker, Josh Towner. They're all chasing Nate Hill in car number 11. Charlie slips up. Here comes Dusty Decker up into the number 2 spot now. The 11 of Nate Hill sets it down in the corner number 3 and 4. Josh Towner getting by Charlie. Back to 3 wide for second again. It's Nate Hill, Dusty Decker, Josh Towner, Charlie Towner, Tommy Gruber, your top 5. Fastest going to go pit side. Josh Towner down on the inside, the extreme inside of the speedway. They're thinking about go 3 wide for the race lead. Nate Hill has it. Dusty Decker right there in the number 2 spot. Cyrus Homer going to go pit side in the 77, then number 5. And what a battle shaping up between the top 2 now. Here comes Josh Towner. He's going to ride the bottom as low as you could possibly go. He's going to make it stick and work his way up the second. Nope, Dusty Decker going to take it back. Nate Hill trying to run away and hide. No look now. Here they all come up the backstretch. Josh Towner, the 5:15, slowing on the pace. Dusty Decker underneath the 11 of Hill. Meanwhile, Tommy Gruber working underneath the 27 of Charlie Towner. Josh Towner, the 5:15, limping to the pit area. Halfway, 10 down, 10 to go. It's Nate Hill, Dusty Decker. Tommy Gruber, Charlie Towner. Nate Hill continuing to set the pace. Dusty Decker racing in the number 2 spot. They race hard down in the turn 3 and 4. And it's Gruber and Charlie Towner. Nate Hill sets the pace on lap number 11. Dusty Decker going to try the inside. They're going to be side by side down the backstretch. Nate Hill noses ahead into turn 3. Decker again. Is he going to try the slider? No, he's not. Nate Hill in the number 2 spot. He'll try and tuck back in line. Decker, Gruber, Hill, Towner. Out of the turn number 1 and 2, they ride it. Decker sets the pace. Gruber, anything left in the tank up the backstretch. White flag going to wave. 1 born 3/8 of a mile to go when they cross the stripe. White flag is out. 1 more time. It's Decker, Gruber, Hill, Towner. All but quarter number 2. Final time. Dusty Decker sets the pace into turn 3. Final time, checkered flag in the air at the line. Who's it going to be? The win will go to Dusty Decker, Tommy Gruber, Nate Hill, and Charlie Towner. Rounds out the top 4. Ready to go off turn 4. Green flag in the air. We are racing. Frank Kennedy gets the accelerator down to the ground, and we're racing down to turn 1. It's Frankie out front, setting the pace and showing the way up the backstretch. Jeremy Warren riding second. Andy Bowles up to third. Frank Kennedy rides off of corner number 4. Nick Kennedy about to make a pass for second. Out front, it's all Frank Kennedy in the K2. Jeremy Warren in the 544J. Here comes Nick Kennedy. Up, looking for the number 2 spot on the corner. It's still Warren, but only by about a half of a bumper. Nick Kennedy racing his way from last up to second. He will clear the Warren 544J down in the turn 3. Warren coming back underneath. Halfway, 8 down, 7 to go this time for the K2 of Frank Kennedy. Frank Kennedy, Jeremy Warren, Andy Bowles, your top 3. They ride it off of corner number 2. Frankie sets the pace into turn number 3. Jeremy Warren riding there in the number 2 spot. That's Andy Bowles, Cowell, Wilder. And we have 11 in, 4 to go. Nick Kennedy putting it up on the outside of the speedway. He's going to try to race his way up into a top 5 as Steve Machka off the pace in the 32. Frankie sets it on with turn 4. Who's going to click down lap number 12? Parallel sticks are going to fly. 2 more trips around the speedway. For the race leader, Frankie Kennedy. Jeremy Warren, Andy Bowles. Jeremy Warren rides second. Nick Kennedy up to the number 3 spot. Final time into turn number 3 and 4. Checkered flag is in the air. The win will go to Frank Kennedy. Jeremy Warren, Nick Kennedy, Andy Bowles, Josh Wilder, your top 5. Brian Salmini leads the field down the back stretch into turn number 4. Here we go. 4-cylinder feature race time. Down the front stretch, they ride in Mike Ferris out front, setting the pace and showing the way. Down in the corner, number 1 and 2, it's Mike Ferris out front. 3 wide in the middle of the field as they ride at the backstretch. Frank Kennedy on the outside in the turn number 3. Here comes the red, white, and blue machine up on the outside. That's the 212. We got the Ferris 17 leading the way, and Kennedy brothers riding back there in position number 3 and 4. They're battling side by side. Ferris leads the way. Nick Kennedy looking on the inside in the N2 machine. Trying to pull alongside of the Ferris 17 machine down in the turn number 1. Nick Kennedy out front setting the pace now. New race leader up the backstretch. Into turn 3, Andy Bowles to the inside of Cowell. Out front, Captain Quick, Nick Kennedy shows the way. Nicholas Kennedy showing the way at the front of the field. Mike Ferris, Frank Kennedy, Andy Bowles, Cowell, Salmini, Smith, Wilder, Welch, Machka, and Highhouse. The front of the field, Nick Kennedy continuing to show the way in the N2. It's Nick Kennedy in the N2, then Frank Kennedy, Andy Bowles, Mike Ferris, Jason Cowell, your top 5 running automobiles. 1/3 of the way down, 5 down, 10 remain. Lap traffic and Nick Kennedy, he is a man on a mission. And a couple of cars wrecking right in front of second place and collecting 3rd place. Contact between Cowell and Ferris right on the drop of the old green there. Nick Kennedy out front, setting the pace down the backstretch. Andy Bowles riding there second. As they work at the halfway point of the back straightaway, Nick Kennedy continuing to set the pace as he rides it down in the corner number 3 and 4. The point leader, Nick Kennedy, sets the pace, shows the way. He'll pick up the win. Kennedy and Andy Bowles for 2. Mike Ferris 3. Off turn 4, green is out. We're racing. Nick Nye leads them down to turn number 1. Everybody negotiates the first and second corner. We're racing down the back. Off turn number 4, leading lap number 1's Nick Nye, the racing guy. Brett Graham, Nick Petrilak, Paul Rooney. And the 15 up Battling Butch gets up off turn number 2. They ride it. Into turn 3, everybody's working for the racing real estate. And Nick Nye trying to run away and hide, put some laps together. Brett Graham holding down the number 2 spot now. Nick Petrilak on a mission. Petrilak to the number 2 spot. Off of corner number 2, Nick Nye, the racing guy. Nye sets it off of corner number 4. Nick Nye sets it off of corner number 2. Nick Petrilak second, Brett Graham third, Butch Getz fourth, Paul Rooney fifth, Alan Barker sixth, Dominic Roselli seventh, 8th Brian Malcolm, Corey Cormier 9th, and 10th is Kevin Jordan. But Nick Nye, the racing guy, down the backstretch into turn 3 and 4. He's going to click down to lap number 5, up in lights on the Pepsi scoreboard for Nick Nye. Nye continuing it up the back straightaway in car number 6, NN. Nye's going to ride it down this time, put lap number 7 up on the Pepsi scoreboard for Nick Nye. Nye works off corner number 2, followed by Petrilak. Brett Graham, Paul Rooney, Butch Getz, then it's Alan Barker, Dom Roselli, Malcolm, Cormier, and Jordan, still your top 10. Alan Barker just worked his way up into the top 5. Nick Nye not able to pull away from Petrilak down the backstretch. Brett Graham holding down the number 3 spot as we got him stretched around to go 3/8 mile. Here comes Petrilak looking to bite right now. Lap traffic almost took out the front end of the 72 of Petrilak. He's got to go to the outside. He just lost all the ground he had. Alan Barker up and over the berm in turn 1. He'll go back to the number 5 spot. Brian Malcolm knocking on the door. Nick Nye in lap traffic with the 7K of Kevin Smith. Petrilak trying to reel him in down the back. It continues to be Nick Nye, Nick Petrilak, Brett Graham, Paul Rooney, and Butch Getz. Nick Nye trying to get on the back of the 7K of Smith. Doing everything in his power now as he goes down the back stretch to catch him. Petrilak right there in the number 2 spot, Graham third. Lap traffic in front of your leader. He's going to try it again on the inside. Petrilak just trying to catch him in the lap traffic, playing a little bit of havoc on your leader. Nick Nye tries the inside one more time on the 7K of Kyle Smith. Smith racing hard with the leader. Nye will get by. Here comes Petrilak. He'll get by as well. And there's a bunch more lap cars in front of him. It's down to about a car length and a half. Nick Petrilak just nipping on his heels down the backstretch. Paul Rooney working underneath Brett Graham for third. He's going to take the position. And Petrilak to the outside, the lap car in front of him. It's going to be a drag race with a lap car in front of him down the backstretch. Nick Nye holds the position into turn 3. Petrilak right there underneath him. The 6 of 9 sets the pace. Petrilak again going to try and move off corner number 2. Lap traffic playing into his favor. Paul Rooney is right there too in striking distance. His lap traffic playing havoc. Nick Nye, 29 down, 11 to go. Petrilak again taking a look to the inside. Nye trying to run away and hide, but trying to methodically get by these lap cars without getting himself into trouble. He's going to clear the Hunsinger 15 Junior machine. And again, Petrilak going to show his nose down the backstretch. It's Nick Nye. Petrilak going to try the outside, looking for the switcheroo off turn 4. Stanley Wilkins, the lap car, gets sandwiched in the middle. Hang on. Petrilak on the outside off turn 2. Nick Petrilak noses ahead down the backstretch. Nye going to work it down one more time on the inside. Here we come off turn 4. Nick Petrilak takes the lead on lap number 22. Nick Nye now going to try to reel him back in. Up the third is the 54 of Rooney, the 119 of Malcolm. The 20, we got cars piled up in front of the leaders. Green flag is out, back to racing, Nick Petrelak. Nick Nye. They ride off corner number 2. Rooney has contention with the 119 of Malcolm. 23-7 for Nick Petrelak. Nye. Then a side-by-side for Brian Malcolm and the 54 of Paul Rooney. Nick Petrelak now trying to run away and hide with this one into turn 3. 24 laps down for the 72 of Nick Petrelak. Greenfield Township, Pennsylvania driver works off corner number 2. Nick Nye, Brian Malcolm, Paul Rooney, Corey Cormier. 5 fingers from Chief Starter Sam Rogers. 5 more circuits around the speedway for the 72 of Nick Petrelak. Malcolm could be a sleeper. Brian Malcolm could be a sleeper down the backstretch. He's been shut out of victory lane since the beginning of 2019. He's up to second, 4 laps to go. It rides Petrelak. Here comes Malcolm in the middle. Down the backstretch into turn 3, they ride it. 2 to go. Down the backstretch, 1.5. Cormier up to third. We got ourselves a real battle shaping up. Here comes Cormier on the inside, but it's Petrelak leading the 1 to go. Malcolm on the outside. He's going to try to get a run. He does a slide over. He tried it. He didn't get it, but he's into turn 3. They touch. Off turn 4, checkered flag in the air. The win going to go to Nick Petrelak, Brian Malcolm, Cormier, Nick Nye, and Alan Barker. Factory stock style down the home straightaway. Dusty Decker in the 20 junior leads him to turn 1. Up the back straightaway, Double D. Dusty Decker sets the pace into corner number 3 and 4. Groover riding there in the number 2 spot, and Dusty Decker going to lead lap number 1 over Groover, Homer, Whitman, and the 27 of Charlie Towner up to the number 5 spot. '78 of Jerry Lee Fassett going to go pit side. Dusty Decker, Tommy Groover, Cyrus Homer. That's the way they ride down the front stretch. Triple nickel of Paul Conklin, a little bit off the pace. He keeps it going. Out front, setting the pace, showing Conklin around. He will keep it going, but he's going to be right in front of your leader. Green flag is out. We're racing down the front stretch. Tommy Gruber with a great start. Dusty Decker riding second now. Out the back stretch, it's Gruber, Decker, Homer, Towner. Decker pitches it way down to the bottom. The flying welder, Tommy Gruber out front, setting the pace and showing the way off corner number 2. Gruber, Decker, Towner, Homer, Towner. The 4MK of Sheldon Whitman up on the outside. It's all the 7R of Tommy Gruber setting the pace and showing the way. Dusty Decker, Towner goes way up the speedway. There goes Cyrus Homer. He'll take away position number 3. Off turn 4, green flag is out. Back to racing. Here comes a 5:15 of Towner with a good restart. Rides it off a corner number 2, high-low switch, but here comes a 7R of Gruber. Right back underneath him with his own high-low switch. Here comes the 5:15 of Towner, another high-low slide job. It's Towner at the line. Gruber trying to get up on the outside, as is Decker. Josh Towner seen an opening. He went with it. Hang on up the back. Josh Towner wheeling at 5:15. Gruber now going to go to the inside. Towner going to go way up high. That's a move that Keith Beach just made. New race leader, the 7R of Gruber. 5:15 of Towner had a great run, but he just slid up one too many times. 17 then, 3 to go. Going to be 2 is Towner's going to throw it sideways. Hang on! Collects a couple of them. Collected the 5. Green flag is out. Back underway. 2 laps to decide it. Gruber and Towner into turn 1. 1.5 more trips around the speedway with the 7R of Tommy Gruber. Takes it down to turn number 3 and 4. White flag going to fly. 1 more trip around the speedway for the 7R of Gruber. And there's Towner, Hill, Frank, Wagner. Final time down the backstretch to turn 3. Tommy Gruber looking to go back to victory lane. He's going to do so. Tommy Gruber picks up the win. Charlie Towner, Nate Hill, Levi Frank, and Dusty Decker. Off turn 4, we're ready to go. Final feature of the night. Green flag is out. We're racing. Ryan Stone going to lead him down to turn number 1 in the 67R. Ray Leonard going to take a high-low switch. Broke out right there. 3rd. 4th, Mike Shane. 5th, Randy Fox. Into turn 3 and 4. Who's going to lead lap number 1? Randy Fox by a bumper. Scratch that. That was Ryan Stone by a bumper. Now Ray Leonard out front. Brokow riding there in 2nd. Then it's Stone, Shane, and Howell. Out front, setting the pace, showing the way. It is the 3R of Rapid, Ray Leonard. Sugar Ray leads the field. Brokow riding there 2nd. Shane 3rd, 4th, Ryan Stone, 5th, Tim Howell. Lap traffic in about 4 laps if we stay clean and green. Randy broke out of the inside in turn 3. Broke out by a bumper that time into turn 1. Randy broke out, takes him up the back straightaway. He is your new race leader. On lap number 10. Broke out, Leonard, and Mike Shane, your top 3. Then it's Howell, Bittenbender, Brewer, Nagel, Stone, Fox. Carl Bittenbender in the 91L on the pace. Off turn number 4, green flag is back out, back underway. He's going to lead him down to turn number 1 in the B17 machine. Leonard rides 2nd, and up to 3rd is Mike Shane. Howell 4th. Brewer and Nagel battling out for 5th. But it is the B17 of Randy Brokow leading the way and starting to pull away in that B17. Driver hit his stride 2 weeks ago. He's not with us last week. He was racing a tour race. Picking up right where he left off 2 weeks ago. The Ken Brewer Construction B17. Randy Brokow. Clicking down lap number 15, just 10 more circuits remain here at the Penn Can Speedway Bike Night 2019. For the B17 of Randy Brokaw. Randy Brokaw will lead down, clicking down 19 and 6. Then it's Mike Shane, Ray Leonard, Tim Howell, Matt Brewer, Mike Nagel, Rechia, Payne, Stone, Banky, Rich, Fox, Oleski, Franco, O'Hare, and Wilbur. Give them about an 8, make a 10 car length lead with just 5 more circuits remain from chief starter Sam Rogers. Hang on, turn 3. Brokaw using the bottom. Shane trying to race there in the number 2 spot. Ray Leonard 3rd, Howell 4th, Matt Brewer 5th. 21 and 4 for Randy Brokaw. Mike Shane racing there in the number 2 spot. 22 down, 3 remain for Randy Brokaw for his second win of 2019. Mike Shane, Ray Leonard, Tim Howell, Matt Brewer, Mike Nagel Jr., Brad Rechia, Frank Payne, and a 67R Ryan Stone rounds out your top 10. Parallel sticks in the sky. 2 more trips around the speedway for the B17 of Randy Brokaw. Brokaw sets it down to 3 and 4. Sees the 1 to go sign from chief starter Sam Rogers. Final time off of turn 2 and down the back stretch. Race leader Randy Brokaw looking to make it his second win in 2019. He will do so. Mike Shane for 2, Ray Leonard 3, Tim Howell 4th, and 5th is Matt Brewer. Green Go Sticks in hand, and we're racing crate sportsman style down the front straightaway. Leonard going to lead him down to turn number 1, and we're going to negotiate the corners. Everyone comes off of the corners. We're racing into turn 3. Brokaw up to the number 2 spot, hooked together with the 1 star of Beetle and caution on the speedway. Back to racing down to the turn 1 we go. Mike Shane out front. Running down the back stretch. We got them coming together in turn 1 and 2. Green flag back out and back underway we go. Ray Leonard going to try to win the drag race to turn 1 with Mike Shane on the inside. Ray Leonard powers around him off turn 2. We got him stacking up in turn number 1 and 2. Green flag is out. Back to racing we go. Ray Leonard going to lead him down to turn number 1. There's Mike Shane and Cormier on his second, third. That time they're going to negotiate the corners. Ray Leonard sets the pace. He opens the door. Mike Shane takes a look underneath him. He'll tuck it back in line. Ray Leonard needs to hold that inside. If he leaves the door open, Mike Shane will pounce. Shane will take open the door opening and try to make it a little bit wider into turn 3. Ray Leonard sets the pace. Shane rides second. Cormier third. Orecchio fourth. Mike Shane takes the lead on lap number 3. Ray Leonard back to second. Cormier third. Orecchio fourth. Fifth is Brad Weaver. Frank Payne up to sixth. Seventh, Brewer. Eighth, O'Hare. Ninth, Brokaw. 10th is Longstreet. Out front, setting the pace. It's all the M16 of Mike Shane showing the way. Ray Leonard riding second, Cormier third. Off the back stretch. Mike Shane sets the pace, shows the way, just about over 1/5 of the way done. The driver of the St. Plate Auto Glass M16 of Mike Shane. The 0-1 of Anthony Orecchio going to be pointed down to the infield. His night is done. He has blown up his racer. The M16 of Mike Shane sets the pace, shows the way. Look at us set sail. Putting lap number 8 up in lights on the double X deck and patio machine. The M16 of Shane continuing to set the pace, setting sail on the corner. He'll click lap number 9 down on the double X deck and patio's lap counter. Brad Weaver taking a hard evasive left-hand turn at car number 831. Tough break for Weaver, who was running inside the top 5. Parallel sticks in the sky for your race leader, the M16 of Mike Shane. Ray Leonard trying to reel him in, but he's run out of time. Just a lap and a half away from victory. But the M16 of Mike Shane sees the white flag. One more time around the speedway for Mike Shane and Ray Leonard. Shane works it up the back straightaway for the final time. Ray Leonard coming off turn number 2. Checkered flag in the air when they come off turn number 4. Mike Shane looking to pick up yet another win in 2019. He will do so. Ray Leonard second. Corey Cormier third. Fourth is Frank Payne. Fifth is Matt Brewer. Green means going to Peckham out of 5. Fire down the straightaway. Nick Nye on the inside, Chalewski on the outside. At the back stretch, it is Chalewski. Down the back stretch, Brad Chalewski. Going to work the outside, Nye down on the inside. Lap number 1 belongs to Brad Chalewski. Nick Nye on the number 2 spot. Third, Corey Cormier. Fourth, the 77 of Alan Barker. Up to fifth, the 72 of Nick Petrilak. On the turn for Brad Chalewski, cut number 14Z, the Academy Transmission sponsored ride. Leaves him down to turn number 1. Brad Chalewski, a graduate of Sportsman competition over the years. Picked up a modified win at the 5 Mile Point Speedway, past track a championship up at the point, but has never been a regular here at Penn Can, has never come down here with an opportunity quite like tonight. Brad Chalewski sets the pace. Nick Nye riding there in the number 2 spot. Corey Cormier third. He finished third in the opening Sportsman feature tonight. Petrilak up to 4th. Barker trying to find some racetrack. Up to 5th now is Scott Landers in car number 133. Nye going to keep trying that inside, as is Corey Cormier. But it's all Brad Chalewski in car number 14Z. Brad Chalewski rides him down to the quarter number 3 and 4. Here comes Petrilak up on the outside of the speedway. It continues to be Chalewski in the 14Z. Nick Nye, the racing guy, right there in second. Cormier third. Fourth is Petrilak. Fifth is Landers. And it is Malcolm, Barker, Loney. Into turn number 1. It's going to be the 14Z of Brad Chalewski showing the way. Brad Chalewski rides it down to 3 and 4. Nick Nye on the inside, bringing with him the 26 of Corey Cormier. Nick Petrilak right there in 4th. Brad Chalewski right there at the field. Petrelak going up and pushing the cushion. It's Chalewski clicking down another one. Caution in turn 3. We got a car faced up against the outside wall. Green flag back out, back underway. Nick Nye with a great start down the front stretch. Chalewski in the turn number 1 on the outside, but Nick Nye going to work the bottom. Chalewski on the outside. We got him stacked up in the back of the pack. Green goes stick in hand. We're racing. Better start that time for Chalewski. Horrible restart for the 72 of Petrelak. He'll lose a couple of spots. Brad Chalewski out front, setting the pace, show the way down the back stretch. Into turn 3, Nick Nye and Corey Cormier on the inside. Landers up to 4th as they ride it this time, putting lap number 10 up in lights on the double X and Patios number lap counter. Brad Chalewski out front, setting the pace into turn 3. Chalewski sets the pace, clicks down lap number 11. It's Nye, Cormier, side by side for 4th. Ryan Malcolm, a current point leader, taking a dive to the inside of the 133 of Landers. Give him the 4th spot. Here comes Nick Nye, the racing guy. He's on the inside. Cormier looking on the outside. But Brad Chalewski setting the pace into the turn 3. He clicks down another one. It's 13 in on the double X and Patios lap counter. Up the back stretch when he ride it for Chalewski. Nye, Cormier, Malcolm, and Loney into the top 5. 1 lap shy of the halfway for the 14Z of Brad Chalewski. Chalewski, Nye, and Cormier. Your top 3, Brian Malcolm. He could be coming on late. Malcolm started 8th up to 4th. Mike Loney started 11th. He's up to 5th. Brad Chalewski started on the outside front row. He has led us from the drop of the green flag. Nick Nye and Corey Cormier right there in contention. Just past the halfway point. Out front setting the pace, Brad Chalewski. Nick Nye has been so close on that inside line. He'll try it again down off corner number 2. Chalewski opens the door. Nick Nye unable to capitalize. He'll keep trying. 17 in. 18 in. 12 to go for Brad Chalewski. Looking for career win number 1 here at the Penn Can Speedway. He'll set it down at corner number 3 and 4. Nick Nye riding 2nd. Cormier right there at 3rd. Having a great run in this monopod with us for the 2nd week in a row. But it's all Brad Chalewski showing the pace. Still right there. Half a groove on the bottom. Just enough to leave the door open for Nick Nye, who has been unable to capitalize thus far. It's going to be a battle of making their marks over the next 10 laps, as that's all there's left. 20 down, 10 to go. Nye thought about making a run that time at turn number 1. Nick Nye trying one more time into turn number 1. Just not quite enough yet. Could be setting him up for a final move. Chalewski going to slide up. He's got to come down a little bit more. He's left him just enough room. But it has not been enough. Nye going to try that time. Chalewski going to power back on the outside. He's got to protect that bottom, but he has been running that groove all race long. He bobbled. Here comes Nye. Chalewski right there setting the pace. 23 and 7. Will make it 24 and 6 when he crosses the stripe. Brad Chalewski looking for win number 1 in the modifieds here at Penn Can. Nick Nye looking to get his 2nd win of 2019. 6 laps away. Lap traffic may stay out of the picture. They may catch the Wilkins 14 machine. But Brad Chalewski will be 5 laps away from career win number 1 at Penn Can, and it's not over yet. 5 more circuits. Keep your eyeball on this one. He's got up to the top 5. Alan Barker found something. Will he be able to reel him in? He is turning up the wick on the outside with 5 to go. Keep your eyes. Chalewski braking on the back straightaway. Hang on, Barker! Barker had nowhere to go. Into turn 3 and 4. Green flag is out. We're racing. Nick Nye, can he hold off Corey Cormier? Looking for his first career win. Cormier's going to dive to the inside in turn 1. He caught Nick Nye sleeping. Corey Cormier looking for career win number 1 in a modified. Down the backstretch into turn 3. This time when he crosses the stripe, there will be 3 laps to go for Corey Cormier. Nick Nye, Brian Malcolm, Alan Barker down in the turn number 1. We got a car braking on the front straightaway. It's the 133 of Scott Lenders. That will put us under caution with just 3 laps to go. 27 in and 3 remain. Corey Cormier on the corner. He's on it. We're back to racing. 27 down, 3 remain. Cormier trying to run away from Brian Malcolm. He will look for his first career modified win here at Penn Can Speedway. He is 2.5 laps away from doing so down the backstretch. Off of turn 4. Corey Cormier going to see the parallel sticks. He is the defending King of the Can Sportsman winner, looking for his first ever modified win, just a lap and a half away. He has a 2-car length advantage over the 119 of Brian Malcolm, and it's a ways back to the 77 of Alan Barker. White flag out, 3/8 of a mile away for Corey Cormier to go to victory lane for the first time as a modified campaigner. Off of quarter number 2, he'll take him on the back straightaway. Corey Cormier, winner of the King of the Can Sportsman finale last year, will pick up career win number 1 in a modified at Penn Can Speedway. Cormier, Malcolm, Barker, Loney, and Nick Petrelak, your top 5. Street stocks ready to go off turn 4. Lobdell Jr. going to lead him to the racing green. Off turn 4. Lobdell leads him down the front straightaway to turn 1. And to turn number 1 and 2, they ride it. Contact made. We got them stacking up. Half the field involved. Starting at the cone, green flag is out, we're racing. Bonham and Wolf down to turn number 1. Wolf up on the outside, Bonham down on the inside. 3 wide, middle of the pack. Shea, Miller, and Yeagle.
Bill, get that wrecker out of the way.
Into turn 1, they ride it. '81 is Shane Wolf Jr. setting the pace and showing the way.
Roll him, Bill.
And 84 of Bonham.
Send the 151 right behind him. Get him going. 151. Get
Lobdell up to 3rd. George Miller got sideways off turn number 2. He'll straighten it up. Shane Wolf Jr., Jerry Lobdell, Eric Bonham, Tyler Yeagle. Kyle Stark riding 5th. Then it's Miller. Caution around in turn number 4. We are under caution. Back to racing we go, down to turn 1. Out front, setting the pace, showing the way now, Jerry Lobdell Jr. Running second is Shane Wolf, up to 3rd to 33 of Tyler Yeagle. Bonham riding 4th. Stark and Miller riding in 5th and 6th. That's Jim Sykes. On the quarter, green flag in the air. Back to racing we go. It's Lobdell setting the pace, showing the way down to the turn number 1. Shane Wolf Jr. up on the outside, off of quarter number 2. The Eagles sitting third, 4th is Bonham, 5th is Bruckner. Into turn 3 they go. Lobdell clicks down another one on the double X Ducks and Patios scoreboard. It's Jerry Lobdell, followed by Shane Wolf, Tyler Yeagle, Eric Bonham. Kyle Stark going around. Couple cars involved over in turn number 3. We're under caution. We are back to racing. It's Lobdell, followed by Wolfie, Yeagle, Bonham, Brockner, Sykes, Fitch. Nate J. Stark and the 77 of Miller. Halfway, 10 down, 10 to go for Jerry Lobdell Jr. He'll ride it down to corner number 1 and 2, followed by Shane Wolf Jr. Tyler Yeagle. Backstretch we ride. The 2L of Jerry Lobdell Jr. setting the pace and showing the way. Lobdell clicks the stripe, 11 and 9 on the double X Decks and Patio scoreboard. For the 2L of Jerry Lobdell Jr. Shane Wolf Jr. Followed by Tyler Yeagle. Eric Bonham and Travis Brockner, your top 5. But Jerry Lobdell Jr. sets the pace in car number 2L. Wolfie starts there, turn up the wick in turn 3. Is Fitch going to go pit side with a 16. Lobdell and Wolf battling it down to turn number 1. Wolfie going to try the outside. He's going to get a good run. Jerry Lobdell holding his own down the back. Into turn 3, they ride it. Wolfie going to keep pushing the marbles. 3 to go this time for Lobdell. Shane Wolf Jr., Tyler Yeagle, they're your top 3. Then it's Bonham and Brockner. Parallel sticks are going to be in the sky 2 more times around the speedway. For Jerry Lobdell Jr., Shane Wolf Jr. Lap traffic in front of your leaders as they ride it off of quarter number 2 up the back straightaway. Lobdell sets it in. Wolfie's going to push it up high, wide, and handsome. White flag going to fly. Lobdell, your leader. Wolfie gets stuck behind the lap car. He's got one last-ditch effort. Off of quarter number 2. Checkered flag's going to be in the air when they cross the stripe. Jerry Lobdell Jr. looking to go back to victory lane on the quarter. He will do so. Jerry Lobdell Jr., Shane Wolf, Tyler Yeagle, Eric Bonham, and Travis Brockner. Racing back to race stock style down the front stretch. Nate Hill, Charlie Towner off corner number 2. It's going to be Charlie Towner off corner number 2 with the race lead. Decker sitting there riding in second. Hang on, we got to boggle it up. Kind of started with the 11 at Hill, got sideways. Sparks showing out of the 9X of Towner. Into turn 3, Charlie Towner sets the pace. Riding second is Dusty Decker, third Nate Hill. It's all the 27 of Charlie Towner setting the pace. It's the 27 of Charlie Towner setting the pace, showing the way. Decker riding second, third is Nate Hill, fourth Tommy Gruber. Charlie Towner trying to run away and hide. The young man has won in a couple other tracks in the Southern Tier. Never won here at Penn Can. Dusty Decker going to take it by on the outside into turn 1. Dusty Decker takes the lead on lap number 4. It's Decker, Towner, Groover, Hill.
Clear to the infield, 9. Clear to the infield. Rope rear end. Clear to the infield.
Back to racing we go. Decker leads the way off of corner number 2. Charlie Towner down on the inside. Buck Mills up to 3rd. It's Decker, Towner, Mills, Gruber. Dusty Decker, car number 20 junior, leads the way off corner number 4. Charlie Towner 2nd. Buck Mills 3rd. 4th is Groover. 5th, the battle. Right now, Cyrus Homer has it. Into turn 3, Dusty Decker sets the pace. Tommy Gruber right there, 3rd. 2nd is Charlie Towner. Now in the back stretch, it's the 20 junior of Dusty Decker showing the way.
Copy. Coming to you, Bill.
Rides Dusty Decker, Charlie Towner, Josh Gruber, Buck Mills, Cyrus Homer.
Get him going, Bill. Get him going. He'll be the leader.
Halfway, 10 down, 10 to go for race leader Dusty Decker and car number 20 junior. Charlie Towner rides 2nd. Sitting 3rd, Tommy Gruber. Sitting 4th is Buck Mills. 5th, Cyrus Homer. Leading the way, it's all Dusty Decker. Battle shaping up for 2nd. Between Gruber and Towner. Towner up on the outside, Gruber down on the inside in the turn 3. Race leader continues to be the 20 junior of Dusty Decker as we hit the 12 lap mark. 8 more to go for Dusty Decker. Decker leads the 27 of Towner. Gruber sitting there in the number 3 spot. Battle raging with the 27 of Towner. They ride it off a quarter 2. That's still the battle for 2nd. It's all Dusty Decker showing the way. Gruber gets by Towner for 2nd. Dusty Decker, the 2nd generation chauffeur out of Bainbridge, New York, leads the way off the corner. 5 more trips around the speedway for Dusty Decker. Tommy Gruber, Charlie Towner, Buck Mills, Cyrus Homer, your top 5. All right, Sheldon Whitman running 5th. 4 to go this time for Dusty Decker and car number 20 junior. And it's Gruber, Towner, it's all the 20 junior of Decker leading the way. All by Gruber, Towner, Mills, and Whitman. Into turn 3, Gruber takes a look to the inside of Decker off turn 3 and 4. Towner right there, Mills there. Whitman, white flag in the air. It's going to be a drag race to the finish as they ride it down to turn number 1. Tommy Gruber to the inside with 1 lap to go. Final time on the number 2 quarter. They ride it. Dusty Decker sets the pace. Gruber going to get another run into turn 3. Here we go. Final time. Checkered flags in sight. Picking up the win is going to be the 20 junior of Dusty Decker. 2nd will be Gruber. 3rd will be Towner. 4th is Mills. Fifth is Grayson Albanese with a carnage in turn 4. Down to turn 1, they ride it. Kennedy up on the outside, down to turn 1. He's going to motor around to Ferris. He'll take the lead off turn 2. Kennedy up on the outside of Ferris. Race leaders. Oh, they go down to turn number 1. Kennedy sets the pace. Bulls taking a look to the inside of the 17 of Ferris. They keep him riding off quarter number 2. It rides Nick Kennedy and Captain Quick. He is looking for 4 straight wins in less than a week.
Your stocks are good.
Kennedy, Andy Bowles working his way up into the number 2 spot now. Mike Ferris back to 3rd. Salmini and Nick Kennedy battle it out. Race leaders come down the stripe. Nick Kennedy going to lead them to turn 1. Followed by Andy Bowles, Mike Ferris, Frank Kennedy, Brian Salmini. This time 1/3 of the way there. 5 down, 10 to go for Nick Kennedy, looking for win number 4 in a row. 4 in 1 week. Bowles rides second now. Ferris third. Kennedy fourth. Fifth is Salmini. Then it's Wilder, Warren, Caldwell, Highhouse, Amatuccio, and Mill. Of a corner number 2. He rides it. This time it'll be 1 lap shy of the halfway point. Seven down, 8 to go for Nick Kennedy. He rides off of quarter number 2. Familiar sight in 2019 for that N2 machine. Halfway, 8 down, 7 to go for the N2 of Nick Kennedy. Andy Bowles, Mike Ferris, Frank Kennedy, Josh Wilder. He will see the white flag one more time around the speedway for Captain Quick, Nick Kennedy. Riding it up the back straightaway, looking to get his 4th win in 7 days. He will do it coming off turn 4 if everything stays up. Checkers in sight. The win will go to Nick Kennedy. Second, Andy Bowles. Third is Frank Kennedy. Fourth will be Josh Wilder. And fifth will be Brian Salmini. Jerry Lobdell, Buck Mills into turn number 3 and 4. Green flag ready to be waving. It's waving. We're racing street stock style down the front straightaway. Drag race to turn 1 between Lobdell and Mills. Into turn number 1 and 2. Mills going to get the RPMs cranking on the outside of the speedway. He's going to motor by, but Lobdell back on the inside into turn 3. Shane Wolf Jr. right there. Jimmy Sykes going hot and heavy. Hang on, middle of the pack. Jimmy Sykes around. That is going to bring out a caution on lap number 1. Lap number 1 was led by Jerry Lobdell Jr. It's outward racing. Lobdell on it down off the corner. Great restart for Jerry Lobdell as he leads him to turn number 1. Looking to go back-to-back here. He's 19 laps away from doing so. Shane Wolf Jr. has to battle with Buck Mills down the back stretch. Travis Brockner riding 4th. 5th is the 77 of George Miller. Down into the corners, they ride it. Race leader Jerry Lobdell clicks the stripe. He's got a 3-car length advantage now over Shane Wolf Jr. Out front, send the pace, show the way, trying to run away and hide is the 2L of Jerry Lobdell. Shane Wolf sitting right there in position number 2 as they cross the stripe. Travis Brockner having a good run in car number 151, riding fourth. Fifth, the 77 of George Miller, having a solid top five going. That's the battle on the racetrack, is for position number 3 between Buck Mills, Travis Brockner, and George Miller. That's where the action is right now, and Miller gets a little bit out of shape. The battle still for that number 3 spot between Buck Mills and Travis Brockner. Out front, 8 in, 12 remain for Lobdell and Wolf, side by side for third, down to the turn number 1. 17 and 3 for the 2L of Jerry Lobdell. Wolfie will get another run down to the turn number 1 and 2 up on the outside. Going to try to get a great run on the corner. That was a very strong corner number 2 for Wolf. Into 3, he is pushing the marbles as high as they will fly. Lobdell giving up plenty of room. 2 laps to go for Jerry Lobdell Jr. and Shane Wolf Jr. down to the turn number 1. Wolfie gets a good run down off turn number 2 down the backstretch. Lobdell, lap car, going to be in the mix as they ride off turn number 4 right up in front of Wolfie. White flag in the air. One more time for Jerry Lobdell. Wolfie going to throw it up there anyway. All caution to the wind. It's the final time off turn number 2. Lobdell going to be on the inside of the 16 of Fitch. Here comes Shane Wolf Jr. Final time into turn 3. Wolfie's going to try the bottom off turn number 4. Lobdell going to hold his line, and on the corner, 2 in a row for Jerry Lobdell. Shane Wolf Jr. second. Third is Buck Mills. Fourth is the 77 of George Miller, and fifth, the 151 of Travis Brockner. 110 octane fuel, rubber burning mudslinging. Hold on to your seats. Sammy's got the green flag in hand, and the factory stocks are rolling down the front straightaway. Into turn number 1, they ride it. Buck Mills with the jump into turn number 1. They negotiate the top 10. Hang on, we got to go around and a knot. Gonna be a caution on the speedway car around. Gruber looking for a better restart this time on the corner. That's the better one. Green flag is out. He gets to jump down the front straightaway to turn number 1, but here comes Buck Mills up on the outside of the speedway. Dusty Decker already halfway up through the field. We got him coming together over in turn number 1. Off the corner, green flag is out. They're racing down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Couple rows of 3 wide racing. Out front, it's the Sebedar and Gruber on the inside, of Buck Mills on the outside, down the backstretch. Buck Mills takes the race lead down to the turn 3. Gruber back to second, Cyrus Homer third, Charlie Towner fourth. Then it's 3 wide for fifth. Lap number 1 belongs to Buck Mills and car number 51. Tommy Gruber riding second in the 7R. Sitting third is the 77 of Cyrus Homer. Fourth is the 27 of Charlie Towner. 27 of Kevin McDonald fifth. Rich Wagner, Dusty Decker, Josh Towner, Nate Hill, Paul Conklin, your top 10. Out front, it's Buck Mills. Then it's the 7R of Gruber. All but quarter number 2, they ride it. The 51 leads the way. Here comes the 7R of Gruber. Reeling them in between quarter number 3 and 4. Going to take a look down on the inside. Gets a half a car length under him. He'll back off. Cyrus Homer third, Charlie Towner fourth. Fifth to 27. We got him around at turn number 4. That's the 9X of Josh Towner. Buck Mills is on the accelerator. We're back to racing. They fire down the front straightaway. Mills out front. Here comes Gruber. Look at the 77 of Cyrus Homer. Looking to go to the inside. To the outside goes Charlie Towner. It's a drag race up the backstretch between Towner and Gruber. Towner going to take this top line into the corner. Wagner gets into the back of the 77 of Homer. And that's going to bring out the caution. Back to racing we go. Gruber gets a good start, put Buck Mills up on the outside. Smoke starting to show out of the back of the Towner 27. Caution on the speedway. Buck Mills, your race leader. We are back to racing. And they're 3 wide for second, third, down to the turn number 1. But out front, it rides the 51 of Buck Mills. Here comes Dusty Decker working up into the third. Gruber sitting second. Nate Hill in the mix in car number 11. Charlie Towner right there with a 27. And the 555 of Paul Conklin going to go around over in turn number 3. Fast pace set now by Buck Mills on the corner. Green flag out. Back to racing we go. Down into turn number 1. They're going to ride it. Buck Mills, Tommy Gruber, Dusty Decker. Top 3 into turn number 1. Here goes Tommy Gruber to the outside. He'll tuck it back in line down the back stretch. Dusty Decker looking for some racing real estate. Nate Hill right there, too, in car number 11. Then it's Charlie Towner. Sheldon Whitman coming up from the back of the pack. 5 laps. He's in the 6th. Into turn number 1, Tommy Gruber pushes way up the speedway. Dusty Decker coming in to the mix now. Nate Hill in the Ziggy Racing number 11 ride. Charlie Towner sitting 5th in the 27. It's all the 51 of Buck Mills setting the pace, showing the way. Tommy Gruber looking for some room on the outside of the speedway and on the inside. Anywhere he can put that 7R, he's going to try. The 111 caution is on the speedway for Sheldon Whitman. His good run coming to an end. Lap number 7 restart. Here we go. Off turn 4, green flag back out, back underway we go. Tommy Gruber leads the way down to corner number 1. Gruber slides up. Here comes Dusty Decker. Nate Hill, Charlie Towner, your top 4 breaking away. Cyrus Homer takes over the 5th position. Everybody riding the cushion into turn number 3 and 4. It continues to be the 7R of Tommy Gruber, the 20 junior of Dusty Decker riding there in 2nd. Pass to the race lead coming off turn number 4. Gruber has it. Decker all over the back bumper as they ride it down off quarter number 2. Decker going to take a look-see down on the bottom. Nothing to do with that time. They ride down to the quarter number 3 and 4. Decker going to take a look down on the bottom one more time. Can't quite do it. He'll tuck back in line. 11 down, 9 to go for the 7R of Tommy Gruber. Decker riding right there in the number 2 spot. 3rd, Nate Hill. 4th, Charlie Towner. 5th, the 77 of Cyrus Homer. Riding it off of corner number 4, high, wide, and handsome. It's the 7R, the Flying Welder, Tommy Gruber. Gruber, Decker, Hill, Towner, Cyrus Homer. Problems for the Tim Parker 21J. Going to bring out no caution. You're going to limp it to the pit area. Race leaders go off turn number 2. That's the 7R of Gruber and the 20 junior of Decker. They go nose to tail. Down on the inside, rides the 20 junior of Decker. Is he going to be able to pull it this time? He'll tuck it back in line down the front stretch into turn number 1. Biding his time. We got a caution and a 27 of Towner off the pace. Decker pulls alongside, drag race to turn 1. This time, Gruber up high, Decker down low. Off of quarter number 2, it's going to be Gruber pulling away down off turn number 2. Decker, Hill, Homer, McDonald, the top 5. Five more trips around the speedway for Tommy Gruber. Dusty Decker riding there in position number 2. 3rd is Nate Hill. 4th is Cyrus Homer. 5th, Buck Mills after his early race struggles. The 7R of Gruber sets the pace, shows the way. Decker nipping on his heels. 16 down, 4 remain. Decker takes a look down to the inside off turn 4. Tommy Groover looking to run away and hide from Dusty Decker. Parallel stick's going to be in the sky 2 more times around the speedway. Decker going to go way up to the outside and push the cushion. He's going to make the pass down the front stretch. Down to the turn number 1. Can he make it stick? Dusty Decker will take the race lead off turn number 2. Groover back to second. Groover's going to throw it in high. White flag in the air one more time. Dusty Decker down the front stretch. Groover right there running second. He is about into the wall in 1 and 2. Final time down the back stretch. Tommy Groover chasing down Dusty Decker. Off the corner, Dusty Decker in for the win. Groover will settle for second. Third, Nate Hill. Fourth, Cyrus Homer. And fifth will be the 27M of Kevin McDonald. Off of turn number 4, Nick Kennedy has the field in tow. We're racing down the front straightaway. A hungry pack of 4 cylinders. I'll lead them down to turn number 1. Nick Kennedy sets the pace off the quarter. Mike Ferris looking for the racing room up on the outside down the back stretch. But Kennedy out front holding it. Here comes Ferris. He gets a good run up on the outside. Off of turn number 4. Ferris up on the outside of Kennedy. Battling it side by side to turn 1. Ferris going to hold the advantage up on the outside. But Nick Kennedy going to go down alongside down the back stretch. New race leader Nick Kennedy into turn 3. Ferris going to get a good push up off the corner. But Nick Kennedy takes the lead down to turn number 1. Ferris rides second. Third is the K2 of Frankie Kennedy. Andy Bowles fourth. Brian Salmini fifth. Down the back stretch. Nick Kennedy leads the way. This time they're going to put 3 lamps up and lights on the Double X decks and patios lap counter. It's Nick Kennedy, Mike Ferris, Frankie Kennedy, Andy Bowles, Brian Salmini, your top 5 down the back stretch. Ferris looking to get a jump on him. Green flag is out. Kennedy going to keep the RPMs up on the outside down to turn number 1. He has him cranking. That's what he was thinking down off turn number 2. Andy Bowles working up to the number 2 spot. He has been a bridesmaid 3 weeks in a row in that 354 machine, working on the outside of Mike Ferris. Out front, setting the pace is Nick Kennedy. Then it's Ferris, Andy Bowles, Frankie Kennedy, Brian Salmini. Cross flag's going to be in the air this time halfway. 8 down, 7 remain. Frankie Kennedy, hard into the outside wall goes Frank Kennedy. Right front strut appears to have broken on the Frank Kennedy K2 machine. Green flag out, back to racing we go. Nick Kennedy, Michael Ferris down to turn number 1. 8 and 7 remain for Kennedy, Ferris, Bowles, Salmini. Michael Brown, your top 5. Then it's the 57 of Jason Cowell. Hold on, middle, evasive driving by David Fox Jr. on the backstretch. Into turn number 1, Mike Ferris taking a look-see down on the inside of Nick Kennedy. Nothing to it that time as they ride up the backstretch. Nick Kennedy sets the pace over Mike Ferris. Andy Bowles. Off turn number 2, Captain Quick Nick Kennedy. It was fine to go that time when they crossed the stripe for Nick Kennedy in the N2. Mike Ferris, Andy Bowles, Brian Salmini, Michael Brown, your top 5 running automobiles. Kennedy takes him off of quarter number 2 for the final time down the back stretch. It's Kennedy, Ferris, Handy Bowles, your top 3 as they go down to the turn number 3 and 4. Nick Kennedy going to make it 5 in a row and 3 in a row here at Penn Can. Nick Kennedy, your 4-cylinder winner over Mike Ferris, Andy Bowles, Brian Salmini, and Michael Brown. As they roll down the backstage, we'll unlock the cage as they head off into turn 3. You better bet they're set to be let free. So wait for the colors that brings fear to their mothers. Green means go. And the modifieds are roaring to life down the front stretch. Into quarter number 1 and 2, they ride at Danny Creedon from the outside pole position, firing down the back straightaway. Here comes Jeff Crambo down on the inside. He's going to back off. Danny Creedon leads lap number 1. Off of quarter number 2, Danny Creedon leads the way into turn 3. Problems for Chris Hunsinger in the 15 junior. He's going to bring out a caution on the front straightaway. Off turn 4, green flag back on their way, and we are racing. Look at Nick Nye, the racing guy on the inside, down in the turn number 1. Here comes Alan Barker, Paris 77's front of the pack. Landers off the pace in the 133. Nope, caution out. Landers coming to a stop. Here we go, back into turn 3. Danny Creedon, driver to Wurtsboro, New York. Sets the pace. He's on it. We're racing. Down the front stretch, they ride it. Danny Creedon sets it down to turn number 1 and 2. Riding second up on the outside is the 77 of Crambo. The 6 and N of Nick Knight. Crambo just threw it into turn 3. Danny Creedon clicks down lap number 3 on the scoreboard. Down to the turn number 1 and 2. Riding second is Crambo. Third is Nick Nye. Fourth, Barker. Fifth, Kevin Jordan. Here comes Nick Petrilak. Petrilak started. Hang on, Petrilak sideways. Look out! We got one hard up on top of the 17D of Mike Loney. Dan Solomon up on top of Mike Loney and on top of Nick Petrilak. Also involved over there, the 54 of Paul Rooney. Scratch to Paul Rooney. That must be the 117 of Alex Stanton then. Everyone's good over in turn 4. The report from the trackside crew. Lap number 4 restart, ready to go back to racing. Danny Creedon on the acceleration pedal, and we're back to racing. Creedon going to jump out front, take him down to turn 1. They're 3 wide for second. Alan Barker to the outside and to the number 2 spot down the back stretch. Third is Crambo. Fourth, Nye. Fifth, Worthing. Danny Creedon out front, setting the pace, show of the way. Alan Barker second. Third is Crambo. Fourth, Nye. Fifth, Worthing. Sixth, Malcolm. Seventh, Rooney. Then it's Jordan, Brokow, and Cormier, your top 10. Danny Creedon up the back stretch into turn number 3 and 4, setting a torrid pace. Going to click lap number 7 up in lights on the double X decks and patios. Lap counter as he rides it off of quarter number 2. Danny Creedon sets the pace down the back stretch. About a 6-car length advantage, but a closing Alan Barker off turn number 4. Danny Creedon's won a lot of races. We'd have to go in the record books to see if he's ever won one here at Penn Can Speedway. Barker riding second. Third is Crambo. Fourth, Nick Nye. Fifth is still Worthing as they ride it down off quarter number 2. Alan Barker trying to chase down Danny Creedon. Creedon clicks down lap number 10 on the scoreboard. Creedon working up the backstretch, starting to pull away now. Danny Creedon sets the pace, clicks down lap number 11. Up in lights. That car stretched out all around the track. Danny Creedon works it down off of corner number 2. He has got lap traffic in front of your leader. Stanley Wilkins going to pull down to the infield in car number 14. Clear track ahead for Danny Creedon. 13 down. 2 laps shy of the halfway mark. And Creedon breaking off of turn 2. Alan Barker going to take the race lead. It's Barker, Nick Nye. A right rear tire flat on the 16 of Danny Creedon. Green flag back out, back to racing. Alan Barker up on the outside. Tom Roselli with a right rear flat tire. He's on the track. That's going to bring out a caution. Definitely problems on the Roselli number 80 machine. Alan Barker setting the pace and showing the way. Mike Loney going to make it back out in front of your leaders. Caution is out. Right rear tire down on the 80 of Dominic Roselli. He's going to go pit side. Ready to go back to racing. Alan Barker at the front of the field. The McCain Gas and Electric ride. He's on it. We're racing. Down to turn number 1. Barker sets the pace. Nick Nye, Brian Malcolm, Byron Worthing. Look at Richard Smith on the outside. Using that outside of the speedway. It's all the 77 of Alan Barker setting the pace and showing the way. Nick Nye riding second. Third is the 119 of Brian Malcolm. Byron Worthing fourth. It's the 77 of AB, Alan Barker. Setting the pace down the backstretch he rides. Barker, Nye, Malcolm, Worthing, Rooney, Richard Smith, Crambo, Cormier, caution on the speedway. Nick Petrilak slowing to a stop on the back straightaway. Ready to go back to racing. 18 in. Alan Barker, Nick Nye at the front of the field. Green flag is out. We got them boggling up on the start, and that's going to be a caution on the speedway. Restart, 18 restart. Here we go. Alan Barker on it, down to turn number 1. Barker using the at cushion to perfection off of corner number 2. Down to the turn number 3 and 4, they ride it. Nick Nye looking for room in the middle. Here comes Brian Malcolm. Down to the inside in turn 1. Malcolm in the grim number 119 trying to get himself up into the number 2 spot down the backstretch. Nothing to do at that time. He'll try it one more time off turn number 4. Alan Barker continuing to set the pace in car number 77. Nick Nye holding down the number 2 spot. Malcolm, Worthing, Richard Smith, your top 5. Look at Malcolm pitch it to the inside. You're going to try to get a run on the 6NN of Nick Nye, the racing guy. Barker continuing to show the way on lap number 22. Nick Nye, Brian Malcolm. Malcolm going to take the number 2 spot. Nye going to try to drive back down around him on the backstretch. He's going to do so. Barker not able to run away from those two yet. Byron Worthing sitting there in 4th. 5th, Richard Smith, and it's Cormier Creedon making his way up to 6th now. Alan Barker clicks down lap number 24. Barker, Nick Nye, Brian Malcolm, Byron Worthing, Richard Smith. Into turn number 1 and 2, rides your race leader, Alan Barker. Look at Malcolm continuing to work that inside line. He is going to take the number 2 spot off turn number 4. 26 down and 4 remain for your race leader. Brian Malcolm up to the number 2 spot as they ride it down to the turn number 3 and 4. Alan Barker, the McCain Gas and Electric Klinger Motorsports, number 77 entry, leads them down the back stretch into quarter number 3 and 4. Parallel sticks in the sky for Alan Barker. Brian Malcolm racing the chase. Nick Nye is running third. Byron Worthing fourth, and fifth is Richard Smith. Into turn number 3 and 4. This time the white flag in the sky. One more time around the speedway for Alan Barker. That Hig Fab Chassis number 77 ride sets it up on the outside of quarter number 1 and 2 and down the back stretch. Barker, final time down the back stretch, looking to go back to victory lane. Your Sunoco Insinger Performance Modified feature winner is Alan Barker. Brian Malcolm, Nick Nye, Byron Worthing, and Richard Smith. Up turn 2, it's a drag race for the race lead down the backstretch. Stone and Mondak. Ryan Stone on the inside, Mondak on the outside of the turn 1. Stone down on the inside, looking to make a race out of it as Mondak on the backstretch. Howell riding third. Fourth is Frank Payne. Fifth is Ray Leonard. Sixth is Mike Shane. Ryan Stone going to nose it out ahead down to the turn number 1. Michael Mondak into 627. Tucks it back in line in position number 2. Howell riding third, Payne fourth. Here comes the 197 of Mike Shane. But Ryan Stone out front, setting the pace and showing the way off of corner number 2. The Stone Brothers Automotive 67R of Ryan Stone. Mondak riding second. Here comes Frank Payne as Ryan Stone gets a bobble out of the turn number 4. Frank Payne to the race lead. We got pile up over in turn number 3 and 4. We're under caution. Rolling down to the turn number 3. Here we go. Back to racing. Frank Payne on it. Slight contact made to the front of the field. Down in the turn number 1, they're going to ride it. Tim Howell on the outside. Frank Payne down on the inside off of quarter number 2. It's going to be the 49 of Tim Howell to the race lead. Howell going to slide it up high, wide, and handsome. Frank Payne going to battle back. And car number 11, Payne, a rookie to Sportsman Racing. Tim Howell up the back straightaway in car number 49. Howell, Payne, Mondak, Stone, Leonard, Mike Shane. 6 making a hard evasive left-hand turn. He will clear the racetrack. Howell setting the pace. Frank Payne riding second in car number 11. Payne, a many-time street stock winner and track champion. Tim Howell in car number 49 slides it up high, wide, and handsome. Payne looking to make some racing room down on the inside. Rides it off of quarter number 2. It is still Howell, Payne, Mondak, Mike Shane just driving up to the number 4 spot. Tim Howell leads the way off quarter number 2. Followed by Payne, Mondock, Shane, Ray Leonard, your top 5. Randy Brokow, 6th. 7th is Howell leads the way. Followed by Frank Payne, Mike Shane, Mondock, Ray Leonard. Here comes the B-17 of Brokow. He's trying to down as low as he could. He almost hit the inside wall in the B-17. Off the corner, Tim Howell leads the way, 14 down. 11 to go for Tim Howell. White flag in the air for Tim Howell. He will negotiate the lap traffic. Frank Payne closing, but is ran out of time as Tim Howell rides on with the number 2 corner for the final time. Down the backstretch into 3 and 4. Checkered flag in sight, the win. And the Stone Brothers Automotive Sportsman will go to Tim Howell, Frank Payne, Ray Leonard, Mike Shane, Randy Brokow.